At each February board meeting, we have the pleasure of featuring the student who won the annual Martin Luther King Junior Oratory Competition. HISD would like to thank Foley & Lardner LLP for sponsoring this competition now in its 28th year in Houston. Now I would like to ask the principal of Blackshear Elementary to please come to the microphone to introduce herself and this year's winner.
Greetings, everyone, and happy Black History Month. Have you ever wondered how would Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. reflect on his I Have a Dream speech 60 years later? Well, our next speaker will tell us her thoughts. Montoya Murray is a 9-year-old fourth grader scholar at Blackshear Elementary, where the pride of 3rd Ward begins. And I am the proud principal. Montoya is the only child of Sean and Chardonnay Murray. She was living a normal life as a master scholar who enjoys reading, singing, acting, dancing, drawing, until her life changed. After she won first place at the Foley & Lardner MLK Oratory Competition, her video went viral due to her powerful presentation and humble cry. Since then, she has been featured on local radio and news stations with awesome radio personalities and reporters. Most recently, she was a special Black History Month guest on the Sherry Shepherd Show in New York, where she stole the hearts of many. She is affectionately known as our pint-sized powerhouse, who loves her faith, family, and friends. She's a member of the Fountain of Faith Praise, where Reverend Remus Wright is the senior pastor. It gives me great delight and pleasure to bring to you and present to you Ms. Montoya Monet Murray.
Of the civil rights movement. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. tell us about his dream. The crowd was massive at the March on Washington, filled with freedom fighters from every walk of life. Dr. King was originally supposed to say a speech written by his former advisor. Since I had just sang I've been rebuked and I've been scorned on the podium, I was still close enough for him to hear me say, "Tell them about the dream, Martin. Tell them about the dream." Immediately, Martin slid his notes to the side and began to preach his electrifying I Have a Dream speech. What a time we had. If Dr. King could reflect on the 60 years since his I Have a Dream speech, Martin's reflection would be a confession of the goodness of God. First, he would thank God for bringing us over. He would say, "Mahalia, I kept on dreaming." Thank you for singing at every rally and every march. We've made it over. King, could it help but to reflect on how John Lewis gathered young adults together to fight for change in the Selma to Montgomery March in 1965. He would recall his how long not long speech he gave after the march. He predicted that equal rights for African Americans would be granted. Dr. King would shout, "Thank God we made it over." Less than 6 months later, President Lyndon Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act. My speech sparked a movement of equality, which helped create the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, ending racial segregation in the United States. But there is still work to be done globally. Do you know how many sleepless nights I had? Hey, thank God we made it over. Dr. King would be thankful for the awards for his achievements. The Nobel Peace Prize in 1964, the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1977, and the Congressional Gold Medal in 1994. With tears in his eyes, Dr. King would reflect on the 60 years since his I Have a Dream speech and cry out, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." At the March on Washington, I told the crowd, with this faith, we would be able to work together, pray together, struggle together, stand up for freedom together, knowing that we would be free one day. Today, we have risen from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. We have made justice a reality, and my children have carried on my legacy. Even my beautiful granddaughter has her own platform. Americans have the rights to go to the same restaurants, movie theaters, schools, and churches. Barack Obama wasn't just a candidate, but became the first black president. Kamala Harris, you see, became the first female VP. Dr. King's last words would be to you. He would say, "My life is worth sacrificing because I was fighting for you. You deserve the right to free public education. You deserve to have teachers who care and not just warm bodies there. We fought for equal rights so that you can have a blank check. So go back home and check your Cash App. You have been given back pay that America defaulted on. Go back to school and get a great education. Instead of using AI, artificial intelligence, to do all of your classwork, just be I. Be intelligent. Be intelligent enough to know that a dream won't become a reality overnight. Yes, they may have killed the dreamer, but couldn't kill the dream. Thank God I made it over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was awesome. Thank you. I would like to ask Board Member Cassandra Ozanne Bandy to read our proclamation recognizing Black History Month. Ma'am?
Okay. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Wow, we're blessed by your presence. Whereas each February, Black History Month honors the enduring legacy of struggle and triumph of African Americans and celebrates and acknowledges the significant contributions of African American men and women have made to our city, state, and country. And whereas African Americans have played an important role in such industries as education, medicine, finance, government, and international trade, and whereas our community benefits from embracing our diverse cultures and recognizing outstanding individuals who rise above circumstances and become role models for children of all races. And whereas the HISD School Board proudly and gratefully acknowledges the contributions of African Americans at every level of the district, from parent volunteers and crossing guards to teachers and district staff, each one an important part of the team. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Houston Independent School District School Board and the Superintendent of Schools, proclaim February 2024 Black History Month in HISD and encourage all to acknowledge and celebrate the rich history of African American culture. In witness thereof, on this 8th day of February 2024.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, we will hear from speakers who registered to address agenda items, as well as any student speakers for hearing of the community. We'll begin hearing adult speakers for the hearing of the community by 7 p.m. as per board policy. Please note that Spanish live captioning is available for those viewing the meeting via live stream, and live Spanish interpretation is available in person in the auditorium if you should need it. Public comment during school board meetings will only be available to those persons who have signed up to speak prior to the meeting time per current protocol. Verbal and other disruptions by persons during the school board meetings are not acceptable, as they inhibit the board's ability to conduct business and the public's ability to observe those processes. Persons who participate in such behavior will be given one warning, and if the behavior is repeated, they will be asked to leave the meeting. Tonight, we have 94 registered speakers who will be limited to 1 minute each per board policy, as we have more than 30 speakers signed up to address the board tonight. We ask that you stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under the law, but you may name your own child. I ask that you please respect our procedures and the other speakers and end your comments promptly when your time has expired and the timer rings. We will hear from speakers in the auditorium first. Those addressing agenda items, as well as hearing of the community student speakers. They will be followed by Zoom speakers to agenda items. If you're signed up to speak via Zoom, we must see you live with your camera on. Our first item held for in-person registered speakers is item 1, acceptance of board monitoring update, presentation of goal 3, progress measures 3.2 and 3.3. We will begin with Board of Education trustee Donnie Hernandez. I don't see her. Is she here? No? Okay, we'll come back if she arrives. We would like to acknowledge her, of course, for her community service. Our next person on the list for this particular topic is Rosalie Longoria. Is she here? Okay. Because there's so many speakers this evening, we have some dedicated seats up front for speakers. I'll go ahead and read out the next folks in line, so that if you don't mind coming forward, that would be great help. Rosalie Longoria, and then is this Brooke Longoria? Okay, got it. And then Anita Wadwa, Suhani Dewart, J. Allison Chapin, Elizabeth Chapman, Trista Bishop Watt, Danielle, Norris, and Janice Thomas, Janice Thomas, in that order. So, Rosalie? Okay, go ahead, sweetie.
Let me just say first, this was not good, HISD. Libraries are a golden opportunity to learn. Not only can you pick your favorite subject, you get to read it for a week. Then you can return it and get your other favorite subject. So please keep the libraries. Keep the librarians. Thank you. But please don't fire them. If you do, basically all you're doing is firing the whole school. And if you do, great job. You're gonna kind of ruin HISD.
Okay, thank you. Brooke Longoria, please go ahead.
Yeah. So our family's passionate about literature and reading and novels, and we are distraught to hear that there are no novels in English language arts at NES school. Board of Managers, I'm sure you're going to say this is a Lone Star governance issue and outside your purview. You are wrong. Every single one of you has praised the NES teaching models. You have supported Superintendent Miles' misguided policies. One of you is an educator. You are silent. One of you is the child of a librarian. You are silent. At least 5 of you have children in HISD at schools where there are novels, and you are silent. Why are your children deserving of authentic literature, but not students at NES schools? This is wrong. Houston values literacy. Your job is to represent the community. Your actions are wrong and will not age well.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anita Wadwa.
Imagine my horror when I heard Mr. Miles's words about novels being removed from instruction in NES schools. He said full books can come after school, they can come before school, they can come on your own. How? NES schools have had their librarians removed, and the books, if still there, sit untouched. It is an outrage. The school libraries in high poverty areas serve the entire community, not just individual students. Many NES schools exist in book deserts, areas with limited access to internet and public libraries. I have countless stories of students asking me for recommendations on books based on their parents' interests to take home for them, or checking out books to share with siblings. These students are losing easy access to books, while students on the west side continue to have fully staffed libraries. In what way is this not segregation?
Our next speaker is Suhani Dewart. Yes, ma'am.
I'm representing the Student Activist Association, a group of young students against the takeover. This is the speech of a young girl. She is a second grader at a school that has adopted many NES techniques. Before the TA takeover, I got to have art classes, free write in a journal, and read chapter books. What I hate about the takeover is that we have to do nonsense DOLs. We aren't allowed to draw, read chapter books, or free write in a journal. I want to point out, though she didn't say this, free writing helps kids write better, and reading is proven to increase intellect. So by taking that away, you're making kids' learning worse. Let me continue. Because of this, I am moving to a private school with a library and art classes, but I don't think it's fair that my friends in HISD won't get a good education. I want Mike Miles and the TA to go back home so that all the kids in HISD can have a good education and I can come back to HISD eventually. You need to see that even a young girl shared her experiences so that other people could hear it because she knew it wasn't right. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is J. Allison Chapin. Miss Chapin, not here? Okay. J. Allison Chapin, yes ma'am. And then Elizabeth Chapman, Trista Bishop Watt, Danielle Norris, and Janice Thomas in that order, if folks wouldn't mind. I think these, I can't read. Do those chairs say that they're for registered speakers? So if folks who are registered speakers can come forward to the front rows as you're called or close to when you're called, that'd be helpful to help us move along. Ms. Chapin, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Allison Chapin, and I'm a former HISD teacher. I'm here on behalf of an NES teacher who is afraid of speaking for fear of retribution from the current administration. Mr. Miles, you are doing a disservice to our bilingual, emergent bilingual students. First, science of reading is not effectively teaching kids how to be literate in English. Second, Spanish translations are available, but for over 50 students in our school whose first language is Pashto, Arabic, or Farsi, there is a lack of communication in their home languages. I asked a program coordinator why there are no flyers in Farsi or Pashto, and she said, oh my God, we never even considered them. Mr. Miles, we don't have the support to reach and teach all students in HISD. If you expect students
Thank
to
you, ma'am.
progress beyond their goals, Mr. Miles, you need to do more to help
Thank-
all learners, especially emergent bilingual.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Chapman. Ms. Chapman? Elizabeth Chapman? Okay, our next speaker is Trista Bishop Watt. Is she here? Are you Trista Bishop Watt? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Trista Bishop Watt with Houston GPS. Today you're digging into college, career, and military readiness, a critical measure of the efficacy of a child's entire educational journey. We greatly appreciate the attention given to the action steps, which paint a clear picture of the importance the district is placing on CCMR. In particular, I want to draw attention to the switch to an opt-out process for advanced courses. We support this shift towards inclusion and believe it will expand opportunities for so many students in the district. As the board discusses the data tonight, we encourage a closer look at the gap in attainment between career and college readiness for students of color and economically disadvantaged students. The growth in college readiness from last year is notable, but overall gaps make the need for differentiated support clear, especially when compared to career readiness. We believe all students deserve the educational foundation necessary to graduate with both college and career opportunities that lead to successful, choice-filled lives. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Danielle Norris. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Danny Norris. I am a former trustee for the Harris County Department of Education and a current candidate for state rep for House District 142. And my message is this. Well, before I go there, let me say this. I've been on record of not being a fan of this specific takeover for a number of reasons. But since we're here, my message to you, this body, is this. Communication is key. And at this point, the communication has been, at best, off-key, and at worst, god-awful. Communication helps establish trust of the community, and our community is giving you not only our tax dollars, but our most precious gift, our kids. So be sure to make sure that communication goes from that of a tyrannical body or like a tyrannical foster care almost, to a compassionate caretakers. That's my challenge to you, and that's what I hope that I see at this point from this board. I appreciate that in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janice Thomas. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Looking at page 14 of the GPM 3.3, the question I have is regarding the statement below. Well, beyond the quality instruction, what other support is offered to help students become TSI ready? And do we have data specific to campus showing the percentage of students that are TSI ready and the data that would align with the data in 3.2? It's not really, it doesn't paint a clear picture. And also, we need the community response regarding the Sunrise Center, where it was stated that we have a Sunrise in 5th Ward, later to find out that it's not for the 5th Ward, the students in the 5th Ward. So I would like to know, will there be a Sunrise Center for the 5th Ward community, Cashmere Garden, Denver Harbor community, because the one originally stated was for the population in Northeast Houston. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item held for registered speakers is item 2, appointment of Houston Independent School District representatives to tax increment and reinvestment zones boards of directors. Will Diane Olmos Guzman please come to the microphone? Is she here? No? Okay. Our next item held for registered speakers is item 3, approval of proposed revisions to board policy CFC local accounting audits, second reading. Will Sarah Terrell please come to the microphone? The speaker will be followed by Tanya Sampson. Ms. Terrell, is she here? Yes. Please go ahead, ma'am.
The new policy outsources internal audit to an external firm that will likely provide less continuity and have fewer on-the-ground insights and institutional memory than an in-house staff. For investigations into fraud tips, ethics, and improprieties, I would prefer a strong and independent internal audit department. It seems like the internal audit might already be shut down, since the most recent audit report on our website is from May of 2023. The old policy did require a best practice rotation of our external audit firm every 5 to 7 years, and that's being eliminated. HISD formerly used big name firms that we've all heard of, like EY and Pricewaterhouse, but now we use a smaller firm. I note the elimination of this one thing in the second reading today that was not in the first reading in December. Quote, internal audit shall be afforded access to all district records, personnel, and physical properties, unquote. Why strike that? What are you worried?
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Tanya Sampson. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Can you take out your handouts that are in the board packet? Should be in there. And there's a quote from Malcolm X and a quote from Martin Luther King Jr. on the front, so you should see it that way. Do you have it? They confirmed that you would have it. You don't have it?
They're in the SharePoint. Yep. Please, we've got it. Thank you.
Do you have it? Mr. Miles, you have it? No. Okay.
Not
So
directly
you
in front
can
of us.
refer to it later, I
Sure.
suppose. Can I get my time started?
Let's get started. Let's get started. Yes, ma'am. We'll start your minute, but let's get started, okay?
Now, okay. So the first thing I want to do is just read a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It says, education must enable one to sift and weigh evidence, to discern the true from the false, the real from the unreal, and the facts from the fiction. That really does have to do with audits, the facts from the fiction. The other thing that I'm asking for under this agenda item is for the walking quorums to be put under control. Walking quorum, there is a letter dated May 24th, 2019 from Ken Paxton to Mike Morath. It says a member or group of members of a governmental body commits an offense if the member or group of members knowingly conspires to circumvent the Open Meetings Act by meeting in numbers less than a quorum for the purpose of secret deliberations in violation of this chapter.
Thank you, ma'am.
And that's what I would request that you guys consider
Thank you.
seriously.
Our next item held for registered speakers is item 5, approval of proposed revisions to board policy AE local educational philosophy regarding goal 4, second reading. Will Luca Candida please come to the microphone? And I will call the next individuals who are signed up to speak on this topic. Luca Candida, and then Diana Candida, Sarah Rivlin, Yen Rabe, Francesco Tuzzolino, Raja Sandor, Denise Wilborn, Molly Cook, and Erica Quintero. We'll call you in that order, but Mr. Candida is first. Go ahead, sir.
I start? Do I start? Oh. Hola, mi nombre es Luca Candida y soy con el Student Activist Association. Me encanta leer y es divertido encontrar libros nuevos y diferentes en la biblioteca de mi escuela.
Hello, my name is Luca Candida, and I am with the Student Activist Association. I love to read, and it's very fun to find new books and different books at the library at my school.
Estos son 6 libros que tomé prestando ayer.
These are the 6 books that I lent yesterday.
Algunos niños no tienen libros en casa y no tienen acceso a bibliotecas porque el sistema escolar no lo permite.
Some kids, they don't have books at home, and they don't have access to libraries because the school system doesn't allow it.
Todos los niños deben tener acceso a libros y bibliotecas. Es una necesidad para aprender y soñar a través de la literatura.
All kids, they have to have access to books and libraries. It's a need to learn and dream through literature.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am, please go ahead.
My name is Yana Candida. I'm a concerned parent speaking on item 5. I'm sad that the students and teachers who are being forced to NES, they'll be subject to Mike Miles's educational philosophy that results in bullying and shaming. The only positive is that more people will realize firsthand how Superintendent he is intentionally misleading the public. In an interview on KPFT, Mike Miles downplayed the exodus of teachers by saying it averaged out to 2 per school. The reality is that NES and NESA schools account for a disproportionate amount of that turnover. I know of one NES school that has lost 28 staff members and an NESA school that's lost 13 since the start of the year. Portraying students at NES schools as hooligans and claiming teachers who left weren't a good fit are misinformation. Our students, teachers, and communities deserve the truth. We need the board to look at what is actually happening and commit to rectifying these damaging policies.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Rivlin. Ms. Rivlin. Thank you. And she'll be followed by Yen Rabe, Francesco Tuzolino, Raja Sandor, Denise Wilborn, and Molly Cook. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Mr. Miles has been crowing that NES schools did great on the NWEA MOY test. If NES schools did, as he claims, have slightly higher growth than other schools did, great, release the data. There have been reports of extreme sandbagging orchestrated by principals on those campuses, so I would hope the growth would be higher. The overall achievement scores were not better, nor did Miles move the achievement needle in comparison to the rest of the country. There is also no evidence that the growth this year was better than the growth in previous years. Kids tend to improve after 6 months of instruction. Your extremely expensive and disruptive strategies are not teaching our kids to read. On January 22nd, Mr. Miles promised that the raw data, including the science test, would be released within 2 weeks. Where's the data? If you have nothing to hide, release it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yen Rabe. Is Yen Rabe here? Is Yen Rabe here? Francesco Tuzolino? Raja Sandor? Denise Wilborn? Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
I am Dr. Denise Wilborn. I am speaking on behalf of a non-NES teacher who is not able to speak for fear of retaliation. This person states, last week, high school teachers learned the first round of instructional review team visits found them severely lacking in the district's spot observation form for Domain 2, which focuses on instruction. Spot observations are 5 to 10 minutes, yet numerous points in Domain 2 require the observer to present an entire class, including reading, writing, discussing, and thinking, when the observer is not there the whole time. Now teachers with proven track records are trying to figure out how to earn impossible points during this week's visits. Faculty meetings are dedicated to teaching to the forms. Given Mr. Miles' comments about teacher proficiency, it seems the forms are meant to set us up to fail.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Molly Cook. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Molly Cook. I'm an HISD community member speaking on behalf of a principal who is afraid to share their comments for fear of retribution. As an experienced principal, I have seen good and bad superintendents. A good sup will have clear expectations and professional interactions. Sadly, Mr. Miles' leadership style is passive-aggressive and lacks clarity. Campus administrators are unsure about their performance because executive directors make many of the decisions. This undermines the principals and hampers their ability to create a positive learning environment for students. A good sup exemplifies equity. Mr. Miles has created a system that exacerbates a culture of separate and unequal. Schools in low-income areas are mandated, joyless experiences. Schools in affluent areas have more autonomy with PTOs, field trips, and libraries. Board of Managers, I encourage you to get rid of this bad soup and hire a good one. Our HISD communities and students deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Erica Quintero. Erica Quintero? No? Okay, our next item held for registered speakers is item 7, approval of proposed revisions to board policy FEA local compulsory attendance, first reading. Will Teresa Craig please come to the microphone? Ms. Craig? Is she here? No? Okay. Our next item held for registered speakers is item 8, approval of the 2024-2025 academic calendar. Will Ashlyn Morton please come to the microphone? Is Ashlyn Morton here? Okay. Ashlyn Morton will be followed by Jonathan Bryant, Julian Nguyen, Dr. Pamela Boveland, and Daniel Santos. Ms. Morton, please go ahead.
My name is Ashlyn Morton with Deeds Not Words. This takeover has ruined this district. Within your beliefs, it's stated that there should be no achievement gap among socioeconomic groups or children of ethnic diversity. Then how come schools with predominantly Black and Hispanic student bodies are being disproportionately targeted with these new policies? Perhaps you should make a real change for the benefit of students, such as renaming schools with racist origins, such as Mirabou B. Lamar. I came to this district with the promise of an education that is, and I quote, customized and personalized to meet the learning needs of each individual child. How am I supposed to receive this level of education with a cookie-cutter, one-size-fits-all approach? You stood up here, Mike Miles, and smiled at the entire speech that little girl gave, yet you target schools of color. How does that make sense? We deserve better, and we must bring democracy back to the school district.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Our next speaker is Jonathan Bryant. Okay, our next speaker is Jonathan Bryant. Yes, sir.
With all the obsession over testing data, consider one critical data point you may have missed. Every hour of every school day, a teacher in HISD resigns. Denied democratic representation by the hostile state takeover, teachers are voting with their feet. Normally, this would be considered an unacceptable attrition rate, an indicator of failed leadership. But under the brutal logic of the NES model, this is the system functioning as intended, a cold, calculating testing machine that chews up teachers and students and spits us out. In Dallas, it took Miles just 3 years to double the teacher turnover rate. In HISD, it took just 6 weeks. Now, over 600 teachers have resigned, 2/3 from NES schools. That's 7 teachers per day, 1 teacher every hour. And now, with nearly half of HISD schools being unwillingly annexed into NES next year, all indicators point to an exodus of mass proportions. Please look at all the data, not just test scores when evaluating the NES model. It is clearly not working.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julian Nguyen. Mr. Nguyen, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm a current junior at Carnegie Vanguard, and expanding the NES system will only further divide and destroy our community. When the TEA marched into our district, they told us that our school wouldn't be touched, and that we scored highly and earned our right to some degree of autonomy, being the #1 school in the district. As this year has progressed, we see this statement has inched farther and farther from the truth. It started with useless, dangerous, district-wide policies, then district monitors came. Magnet funding got cut to fund surveillance system at NES schools, and then hostile policies against some of our nation's best, already underpaid educators. Now NES is being extended, and our campus should be fulfilling its original founding goal as a model of what can be done when providing all students with a high-quality education, no matter their background, instead of segregating them. However, Mr. Miles doesn't think this way. You think that Carnegie's success is just a byproduct of the gifted students, and you leave out the educators who are leaving at record rates. NES cannot be expanded. NES has to go away now.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Pamela Boveland. Ms. Boveland. Ms. Boveland will be followed by Mr. Daniel Santos.
Dr. Pam.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a dream, not a prediction ring. I believe my children deserve librarians and not spin bikes. I believe my children deserve elected representation and not unelected, uncertified leadership. I believe my children deserve being taught by certified teachers and certified administrators. I believe my children deserve to be prepared for science, not military arts. I believe my children don't deserve scripted curriculum. I believe the NES model should be replaced with community school model. I believe my children deserve to learn, to be inspired, to have the joy of learning. I believe my children should be assessed by racially neutral testing. There is no evidence that STAR is racially neutral. I believe my children deserve an educational environment free of harassment and retaliation.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Mr. Daniel Santos. Mr. Santos. Please go ahead.
First, good evening to my elected trustees behind me. I am Daniel Santos, Vice President of HFT. The proposed academic calendar, just like the NES experiment, reeks of contempt, of mendacity, of cruelty. Contempt for teachers, for they will not be compensated for the extra days. The expansion of the calendar, like the expansion of the NES schools, is based on the cruel lie that a so-called high-performance culture results in better outcomes. The truth is we have a punitive prison-like racist culture in this district, resulting in unprecedented turnover of teachers and principals, along with nonstop parent protests and student walkouts. The state takeover has been nothing but a cruel joke. To the community who's present tonight, understand this: the only unforgivable sin is deliberate cruelty. Do not stop resisting.
Our next item held for registered speakers is item 10, consideration and approval of minutes from previous board meetings. Our first speaker on this topic is Ruth Kravitz. If she's here, please come up to the microphone, Ms. Kravitz, and then followed by Esther Uribe, Fiona Ramirez, and Leela Prashad. Ms. Kravitz, please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for this time that you're giving me. Democracy, equity, access, the Constitution, the First Amendment, I know we can agree on that. All of us here, every person on the dais, every person behind me, and hopefully every person in this country. But apparently behind closed doors, things are a little murkier. In the last 3 weeks, at least 3 principals in Houston ISD have told their students they cannot speak in public about the takeover and its impact on their learning. Today, one principal threatened a student with expulsion if he spoke tonight. We all know that that's a violation of students' free speech rights, and so I expect that everyone here will address this in the way that it needs to be addressed, quickly, without any sort of harmful intent to even one student. The Supreme Court ruled, just in case you've forgotten, in 1969 that students do not shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech at the schoolhouse gate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Esther Uribe. Ms. Uribe, please go ahead.
Hi, I am an HISD librarian. And I have been told that I might not have a position next year, so I have nothing to lose by speaking out my truth. Libraries are
are crucial. They are the heart and soul of the school. It's not just a room full of books. It is a sanctuary of learning, a safe place where all are welcome to explore their own interests. Research shows that access to self-selected texts and time to read those texts is what helps students not just learn how to read, but to become lifelong readers and lovers of learning who can think for themselves. So, we do make a difference in people's lives. And if you want to know how to get to Destination 2035, hire librarians, because we do communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, information literacy, STEM, all of the things that is on your plan for Destination 2035, that's what we do.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fiona Ramirez. Is Miss Sir in the red hat and sir in the blue shirt, please. I understand some level of. Sir, this is your warning. This is your warning. Sir, you cannot disrupt this meeting. Sir, you cannot disrupt this meeting. If you continue to do so, we're going to have to ask you to leave. Thank you. Sir, I'm asking you to leave the. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker I'm just going to remind everyone, ourselves included, that we've got 94 speakers this evening. We want everyone to have an opportunity to speak, and so we want everybody to have an opportunity to be heard. Our next speaker is Fiona Ramirez. Is she here? No. How about Leela Prashad? No. Our next item held for registered speakers is closed session A, deliberate the duties of the superintendent of schools, chief officers, assistant superintendents, principals, employees, and board members, evaluations of the superintendent, consideration of compensation, and contractual provisions of the same. Our speaker to this topic is Yali Villarreal. Is that person here? No. Our last item held for registered speakers is closed session B, consider and approve proposed appointments, reassignments, proposed terminations, suspensions, contract lengths. Well, before I go through all this, is Layla Chaudhry here? No? Okay. We'll next hear from Zoom speakers who registered to address agenda items. We'll begin with former Board of Education trustee Judith Cruz.
Madam President, we have one speaker who's in person who came late.
Who's that?
Diane Olmos Guzman.
Ms. Guzman? Please go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
And my name is Diane Olmos Guzman, president of the East End LULAC Council 22503. And I'm here to speak on the civil rights of every citizen in the United States, including in Houston, Texas, which we were not allowed to elect our own trustees. The other thing I have to say is that NES schools, I researched it. There is no experts that have given it an A. There is nothing to show that it works. And NES is just being used by HISD as a systemic discriminatory structure that controls minds, teachers, parents, the citizens, and the taxpayers, and therefore, you're in violation of our civil rights.
Now we're going to hear from Zoom speakers. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, I believe Judith Cruz is our first speaker. Thank you. Ms. Cruz, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Buenas noches, I am Judith Cruz, HISD parent, former teacher, former trustee, and serve as Assistant Director for the Houston region at Ed Trust. I'm very excited for tonight's progress discussion because you will be discussing how well prepared our students are for college and career, the ultimate purpose of our school system. I am very encouraged to see the district addressing the root causes and barriers to students completing CTE, programs of study, and earning industry-based certifications. And I really want to applaud the district's decision to have students and families opt out of advanced courses instead of opting in, as has been the historic practice. This should result in an uptick in participation in rigorous coursework that exposes and prepares students for post-secondary success. The data shared clearly illustrates the disparities between our students of color and economically disadvantaged students with other student groups between who is completing CTE courses and who is completing dual credit AP and other advanced courses. Equity of access, equity of participation, and equity of completion, how to ensure all our students groups are prepared for discussing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is via Zoom.
Maria Benzon, please turn your camera on and you may begin.
Hi. The progress monitoring reports show each goal for next year has an increase of just 1 percentage point from the previous year. What factors contribute to only a 1% growth in everything? Are all of your staff at the same competence level and growth rates? If there are 12,000 11th graders and 33% got college credit in 2023, that's about 4,000 students. 1% growth is just 1,200 students. Are we okay with 6,800 students not having college credit? Perhaps 1% is safe, and we can celebrate. Yay, 1%. In ed research, there is a term, statistical significance, that determines whether a relationship is caused by something other than chance. Will 1% growth account for your policies or chance? How can you ensure that this is not a numbers game to seem like students are learning when they are really underperforming? By the way, in Figure 9, and the table above, the MOY.
Please go ahead.
Unmute. Okay.
Hi, my name is Adidas H. Bittner, and I'm a fourth grader at Conta Elementary School. My mom once asked me if I wanted 1/2 of a cake. I said yes. She gave me 1/2 of a cupcake, and she gave herself 1/2 of a larger cake. I was upset because even though we both got 1/2, hers was much larger than mine. I learned that 50% of one amount is different from 50% of another amount, of a different amount. So let's look at Figure 9 on page 8. If there were 100 African American students enrolled in a college credit class, then 25 of them would be on track to earn credit. That is 25%. Imagine, next year you only enroll 20 students because they are expected to do well. If only 10 of them pass, that would be 50%, which is greater than 25%. Yay! But that would be way fewer kids who had an opportunity to learn in an advanced class. No. Therefore, the total number of students and the percentage matters. Please include both information in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker via Zoom.
Trustee Hernandez, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Who is it?
Trustee Danny Hernandez is moving
Oh,
to Zoom.
okay. Trustee Hernandez, okay. Please go ahead, we can see you.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Buenas noches, I am Dani Hernandez, former student, teacher, administrator, and current elected trustee for District 3. I'm glad to see that the Board of Managers is progress monitoring the goals and that the goals are stretching the district. Monitoring how our students are doing with TSI, CTE, AP, etc. is essential to see if our students are ready for college, career, and military. And I'm happy to see that there's a root cause analysis, but I want all board members to remember that if students had had a highly effective early childhood education, they would not be playing catch up in high school, and the achievement gap we see would be significantly decreased. So please do not forget about our early childhood education. Also, board members, please look into all the inequities that were presented in regards to course offerings throughout the district. Monitoring how our students are doing with TSI, CTE, etc. is essential to see if our students are ready for college, career, and military. And I'm happy.
That was a repeat, right? Okay, thank you, Trustee Hernandez.
Dr. Ann McCoy, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Dr. McCoy? Yeah, go ahead. I'm not seeing it.
Can we skip her and maybe come back? Is it for all the Zoom speakers? Okay. We could do hearing of the community, the student speakers. You want to do that and then come back? Okay. So we're, as a reminder from what I said earlier at the beginning, because there's so many speakers this evening, we're going to conduct our hearing of the community in two parts tonight to prioritize students who've signed up to speak. And so speakers who have identified themselves as students are Isabel Bunn, and then Sophie Grace Rojas, and then Analia Espinoza. If y'all will come forward, we'll hear from you, and then hopefully by then our Zoom speakers to agenda items will be working again. Is Isabel Bunn here? Okay, come on forward and you can speak, please. You have a minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the HISD board. My name is Isabel Bunn, and I am a dismayed 11th grade student within HISD. I stand before you today not just as a student, but as a voice for the voiceless, a beacon for those navigating the shadows of injustice within our district. In the halls of our schools, amidst the echoes of learning, there exists a silent struggle borne by many of our peers, a struggle against the shackles of disparity and neglect. Picture, if you will, classrooms where students eagerly await knowledge, only to find themselves met with unqualified teachers and barren shelves where libraries once stood. Imagine the faces of those who, instead of being nurtured by their environment, are left to navigate the icy winds of neglect, their voices silenced by the deafening roar of bureaucratic indifference. But let us not sugarcoat reality. The truth is stark and undeniable. The HISD board is failing us, its students, and its teachers. Our classrooms are not just spaces for learning. They are battlegrounds where the fight for educational equity is waged every day. The time for complacency is past. The time for action is now. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sophie Grace Rojas. Is Sophie Grace Rojas here? Yes, ma'am. Sophie Grace Rojas. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Let me take you into the mastermind of Mike Miles. First, I'm going to start by removing libraries and librarians to inspire kids to read, but only black and brown schools. To be fair, I'm going to turn the libraries into detention centers so teachers and students will feel valued, included, and safe. Then I'm going to remove all the certified teachers and replace them with anyone who can breathe so the kids can get great education from the best of the best. I'm going to change the curriculum and give them one that is created by computers and is full of mistakes, and give teachers 45 minutes script that will motivate and inspire them to learn. I'll have them test in every subject every day and assign them a letter to inspire smart ones and from the not smart ones so they can grow confidence and encourage them to keep learning.
Thank you.
And I
Hun- Honey. Thank you. Thank you. Our last student speaker is Analia Espinoza here. Analia? Yes, ma'am. It's our last student speaker, and then we're going to have to take a quick little break. Ms. Espinoza, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello, I am a student at DeBakey, and here's what I have to say.
Hold on. If the folks could, so we can hear a speaker, that'd be really wonderful. Thank you. You can start over, honey.
I am exhausted. Every single day, I am constantly stressed. Every day, I am reminded of how much of a failure I am, and I hate that I have hope that maybe, just maybe, tomorrow will be better than today. But I'm tired of hoping. We are the next generation of leaders, doctors, lawyers, scientists, mathematicians, and yet you drain us of the joy of learning. Take away our freedoms, treat us like prisoners, and attempt to program us as though we are machines. My parents didn't graduate high school, and even so, my father went to college and now owns his own business. My mom is now a full-time activist and has been fighting for our community since last summer, all while being a mother of 3. So tell me, what makes this so worth it when you constantly take from our schools and make arrests because students try to raise their voices? Yeah, I don't think we missed what happened at Madison High School. So tell me, how far are you willing to take this until you let go of your pride and admit that what you are doing to our students is wrong? Even after all of our protests, you still turn a blind eye and continue to stay ignorant because since you have the power, you're automatically in the right.
Thank you. We're gonna take a couple 5-minute recess, and we'll be back. We're taking recess at 6:10 p.m. right, we're back. We had a technical issue with our Zoom speakers, as I mentioned, and so I think we're back. Shit. I'm gonna do it.
Helia Forazon.
Folks, we are back. If everybody in the gallery can please have a seat. We had a technical issue with our Zoom speakers, as I said before we recessed. It's been corrected, I think. And so we're going to go forward with additional speakers who have been registered to speak to agenda items by Zoom. I think there's several of them, and then we'll get on with the business of the board. And then we'll come back and do a hearing of the community after that. So I think, Ms. Smith, if you'll admit the next Zoom speaker, thank you.
Helia Forazon, you may begin.
Hi, good evening. Can I get a minute added? I'm going to be translating.
We will translate for you. Do you need a translator? Are you speaking in?
No. I'm bilingual. I can translate.
We haven't. I don't think we're giving an additional minute for translation services. We have translators here. So if you need a translator, we're glad to provide one. Would you like one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Oh, is she going to be able to translate for her in person? Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay, ma'am, please go ahead.
Okay. I'm here as an ESL certified English teacher to speak on agenda number 1. With the current one-size-fits-all approach, our English language learners are not provided the proper rigor and relevance for differentiated learning. HIC is violating several state and national laws passed to support their academic equity. The students will never reach the scores HIC envisions if we don't meet them at their baseline level. We don't have an ESL curriculum that includes phonics, measures DOL, allows for extended timers or LOs that are focused on language acquisition. My ask for the board is to advocate having the curriculum writers work in classrooms alongside experienced teachers who know what our students' levels are. Some have never had a formal education, some know multiple languages with a greater potential for excellence, but the progress monitoring fails them in comparison to the general population. Our students enroll at different intervals in the school calendar. My ask for the board is to require LPAC or baseline testing and growth measures before they are marginalized and counted against the school scores. Please value teacher input to help keep us in compliance so that no child in HIC is left behind.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, is Ms. Frio? Yes, ma'am, please begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jane Frio. I'm a parent of a child with a disability who receives special education in HISD. My daughter is in high school and takes CTE classes as part of the general education curriculum that's offered at her school. Access to the general education curriculum is about ensuring that all students with disabilities have access to be involved in and show progress in the general curriculum through curricular and instructional adaptations in the least restrictive environment. There's no better example of least restrictive environment than a CTE class where all students are being exposed to a variety of career options. My daughter is thriving in her second year CTE class. The superintendent's report shows a discrepancy in CTE classes with students with disabilities, but there's no explanation of why. The superintendent's report, I believe that every month you're monitoring progress. You as trustees should make sure you ask the question about students with disabilities and hold the superintendent accountable to the inequities.
Thank you, ma'am.
Minton Tran, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Hi, can you see me?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Mindan Tran, and I'm an HISD community member speaking on item 5 on behalf of a teacher at a future NES elementary school. Mr. Miles, about 50% of our staff plans to resign at the end of this school year. My colleagues and I love helping students learn and grow. We loathe the policies and bullying tactics that you and your staff implement in the name of quote unquote high performance. We've heard you say that if we don't like how you run HISD, we can leave. You don't value competence except your own. If you are more competent in education, you would not force one-size-fits-all programs in a district as diverse as Houston ISD. Our students are not cogs in a factory or merely data points for map testing. The HISD vision statement refers to students becoming critical thinkers and visionary leaders in a competitive global landscape. This vision will not be realized while we are led by narcissists who bully adults and children in the name of quote-unquote high performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hurley, please go ahead.
Hi, yes. Both of my children attend an elementary school, which will be NES this fall, and we're all devastated to be losing our librarian. Reading is the foundation and the bedrock of education, and librarians are fundamental to libraries. As an acknowledged bibliophile, I believe books have a place in curriculum. They aren't for just before or after school, but are crucial to everyday learning. From Mommy Cesaire's Notebook of a Return to a Native Land, and if all I know how to do is speak, it is for you that I shall speak. My lips shall speak for miseries that have no mouth. My voice shall be the liberty of those who languish in the dungeon of despair. And above all, my body, as well as my soul, beware of assuming the sterile attitude of a spectator, for life is not a spectacle, for a sea of pain is not a proscenium. A librarian can help you look up that last word. And on a personal note, I could not have survived my life without librarians. What you do matters. You matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melissa Yarborough is not in Zoom. Yin Rabe is not in Zoom. Elizabeth Chapman. Oh, can. Okay.
Okay, yes. Okay, come on down. I think you're our last speaker, is that right?
We have one more that's moved to Zoom.
Who's the, oh, I'm sorry. Let's let the last Zoom speaker, and then you're welcome to sit right down if you'd like. Who's the next?
Elizabeth Chapman.
Okay. Ms. Chapman, please go ahead.
1 second. Can you switch from Melissa to Elizabeth Chapman? Elizabeth Chapman, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Chapman, and I am a teacher here to do a lesson. So our learning objective is that the board will recognize the impact of strong veteran teachers on student success. We know that there is a positive relationship between the years of experience a teacher has and the gains that students make in their classrooms. The cost of replacing each teacher in recruitment and training is $20,000. A recent survey of our community indicated that large groups of teachers are either contemplating or planning on leaving the district at the end of the year, but it's not too late. And I am hoping that through your demonstration of learning, given the opportunity to make a positive difference in students' lives, the board will choose to retain veteran teachers.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Yarborough, please go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say that this will come unexpected, but Mike Miles reminds me a little bit of me. When I was taking my first college ed courses, and I naively thought that I understood all the problems in public education and that I could solve them with the few concepts I had learned so far, like differentiated instruction and teaching kids to think critically, and that was 21 years ago. But the difference between us, besides me having more teaching experience, more education degrees, and more certifications, is that I have learned from experience what works and what doesn't work. You know, trial and error. And I continue to learn and continue to try to learn and reflect and do better. Whereas it seems like you've heard something once and stubbornly hold on to it, even when everyone is telling you that it doesn't work. You know, you said in the interview that you know the best way to teach reading and that it doesn't include books, but have you ever taught a reading course Have you ever taught a reading course, and have you ever published any research on improving reading? Mr. Miles, you need to do a lot better, and if you don't like that, then you can leave.
That concludes our hearing of speakers.
Hello?
We have one more speaker. Dr. Ann McCoy?
Yes.
Okay, yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Hi, I am Dr. Ann McCoy, an HISD community member, speaking on behalf of a teacher at a soon-to-be NES elementary school. She's afraid to share her thoughts for fear of reprisals. As a 20-year teacher, I am concerned for the future of our students. Do you know that the language arts curriculum, Amplify, does not and will not help students achieve at high level? First, it is written above grade level. It's good to have high expectations, but they should be reasonable with staffings. Second, Amplify is not aligned to the TEKS and STAR because it was originally created for Common Core. How are you going to hit your goal when your aim is off? I am Dr. Ann McCoy. Mr. Miles, Amplify is not high-quality instructional material, even though their price is high. If you expect students to progress beyond the goals you've set for them, Mr. Miles, you need to invest in high-quality, certified teachers and administrators, someone not like you. Thank you.
That concludes our hearing of speakers to agenda items, as well as all student speakers. We are ready to consider our discussion and report item. Tonight, we will be monitoring Goal 3, Progress Measures 3.2 and 3.3. Before we hear our presentation, we need to confirm that our monitoring report is complete. That means that it will contain a goal. The question there being whether it clearly shows the specific goal, the interim goal, or the constraint or interim constraint that's being monitored. And these are questions for the board to reflect on as we review this, which I know the board has looked at before. The speaker, as I've said a few times tonight, the speakers are being split because of the number of speakers. We had all the speakers to agenda items per board policy, just to be really clear. All the speakers to agenda items per board policy, as well as the student speakers. We will conduct board business, then we will do hearing of the community. The board is to consider the whether or not the monitoring report is complete. Can we get order in this room, please? We're trying to conduct actual business here, and related, ma'am in the green dress, and for everyone to be real clear, we have this evening a very important piece of work that we need to accomplish, which is to review the board monitoring report, to consider whether our students are achieving what they should be and whether they're on track. I know everybody in this room, including the board, wants to ensure that that's possible. So the board will continue its work. We need to consider the goals, whether they're clearly set out in the monitoring report itself, the data, and whether it clearly shows for the 3 previous reporting periods in a graphic or otherwise, the progress and information that's needed with regard to annual targets and deadlines, and interpretation information, whether or not it clearly shows the superintendent's understanding of system performance relative to the goals that are set out, including goal progress monitoring measures, and also that it provides evidence and a plan related to the superintendent's understanding of system performance. In other words, is there an explanation of why and where we go from here? So does anyone have any discussion on whether the elements of an effective monitoring report are present? Or in other words, does anyone have any concerns that those elements are not present? Board members? No? Okay. Since everyone agrees that the required elements are present, we'll turn the floor to Superintendent Miles, and I think you'll be presenting from down there. Okay, thank you.
Chief Academic Officer Kristen Hull will do the presentation.
Thank you. Chief Hull, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay. Much better. Okay. And just to be clear, before tonight, the board has received a copy of this report. Many of the board members have asked questions which have been responded to by the administration. So thank you, Chief Hull and others in the administration who have helped to answer those questions to bring us to where we are this evening, which will be our monitoring discussion relative to these goal progress monitoring measures. The materials related to those questions have been posted online and are available to the public for review if anyone is inclined to review those. But I'll open the floor now to you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So the focus of today's progress monitoring update is on the college, career, and military readiness goal. Goal number 3 is the percent of students graduating TSI ready and with an industry-based certification, and that will increase from 11% for the 21-22 graduates to 26% for that 26 to 27 graduates. Again, big picture looking at that 15% increase over time. And one of the important notes at the beginning of this particular goal is that really in HISD, we're looking at supporting all students with having both that career option and that college option. So the way that this metric is written, it really looks at both TSI readiness, which can be indication of college readiness, and that IBC certification, which can support career readiness. So when we're looking at the goal for the progress measure 3.2, and we're thinking about that career circle and that college circle and how that Venn diagram overlaps, this particular progress measure focuses on that career side. So the percent of 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students who are on track to receive CTE completer status by graduation will increase from 34% in May 2023 to 49% in May 2028. Overall, when we're looking at this particular progress measure, 3.2, our data currently shows that we are on track to hit that for the 23-24 academic year. I'll start a little bit by talking about what it means to be a CTE completer. So to be a CTE completer, it's really when a student is able to take 3 courses in a specific course sequence focused on one particular career or industry. We call that a program of study. So that student can take 3 courses in that course sequence, and they, at least one of those courses is what we call level 3 or 4 course. That just means the course is more advanced. That means that that student can demonstrate knowledge and skills in that very particular industry, which then allows them to take an aligned industry-based certification. And that can demonstrate and bring them value when they're actually going and trying to get a job after they graduate. So when we're looking at kids who are considered on track to be completers, we're looking at kids who've already been able to show that 3-course progression while they're in high school. And we also look at students who have only 2 of those courses but are in that 3rd course right now. We would call them concentrators. So those students are on track because, again, as they continue in their 11th or 12th grade year, there's an indication that they can still get to that 3rd course and become a completer. And then finally, we also would consider students on track who maybe are in their 10th grade year and they're just exploring or participating in CTE courses. Again, those students could continue in their 11th grade year and their 12th grade year in that course sequence and become completers as well. So we're really looking at the progress of students in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade to achieve this target. The other thing that's important to look at is if you look at figure 1 on the top, one of the things that you'll see if you're looking at the 22-23 data is that in the middle of the year for that year, we started at 41% of students on track, and then at the end of the year, you see that data drop to 34%. The main reason for that is because at the middle of the year, we can look at all of the students that are enrolled in CTE courses, but it doesn't yet necessarily take into account whether they finish that course or pass that course. So it's pretty common when you get to that end of the year to see a drop in that number, and that's what you saw last year in the data. And this year, we have our middle of the year results that we can see, but we don't yet have the end of the year results, which will be that target 35%. But when you're looking from middle of the year last year to middle of the year this year, what you do see is an increase in growth for students that are on track to complete. So that's where we see that 41% jump to 45%. The other thing, whenever you're looking at this particular report and this particular metric, you can actually see in this table on the left, when you're looking at that same group of, looking at that same metric and you break it down by subpopulations, what we're generally seeing is for most subpopulations, for our African American students and our Hispanic students, they are seeing improved scores from middle of the year last year to middle of the year this year. So that also indicates that for many of these subpopulation students will stay on track. There's two areas to highlight: students with disabilities and our emergent bilingual students, where from middle of the year this year to middle of the year last year, our percentage is lower. So we want to keep an eye on those students to make sure we can support them in completing and passing those courses this year, so they can also hit the target that is at the end of the year target. So that is just a quick, slightly deeper dive into the subpopulation for that particular metric. The other thing in Figure 2 that we just want to highlight is the graduates earning an IBC who are also TSI ready. It really looks back at the overall goal, and what we can see is that right now in 2022 we're at 11%. In 2023 we'll be looking to get to 12% for students who are earning that industry-based certification. And one just important connection to make here is when our CTE students are going through their courses and they're becoming a completer, meaning again they're taking those 3 courses in the row, that enables them to take that industry-based certification aligned to that career track, and it increases their ability to pass that because they've built that deeper skill and expertise through the coursework that they've been taking over time. So that the success of what we're doing in Figure 1 will actually help support our ability to improve that overall goal, where we're looking at students who are able to earn that industry-based certification. The other thing we'll just talk about is some of the root causes of this data for how we can make, some of the things we want to really make sure we're paying attention to so that we can hit this continued growth target over time. The first thing I'll highlight is that this really gets at the root cause analysis. The first thing that I'll highlight is previously in HISD, the CTE course offerings that students had access to were really determined at the campus level. So we took a pretty decentralized approach in determining what CTE courses are offered at one campus versus another campus. So we didn't collectively look at the district to say, are all campuses ensuring that they're selecting at least 1 or 2 or 3 programs of study that are, again, aligned to that future of work and how that future of work is changing over time. And so one of the things that we want to make sure we're paying attention to is how can we ensure that regardless of the campus that you go to as a student, you have access to at least 1 or 2 or 3 programs of study that really align to the future of work, where it's going, so that we can ensure that we're preparing those students for careers that are going to be there in 2035. So the other thing that happens is because we've taken historically there's been more of a decentralized approach to the programs of study offerings at different campuses, it can really negatively impact our highly mobile students. So for example, we as HISD are a school choice district. So if a student moves from one high school to another high school, one high school could offer, a course in entrepreneurship, but the second high school might not. That would break that student's ability to continue in that program of study, and they would either have to start over or find a new one. So Any students that are highly mobile, if there's different programs of study offered at different schools, it's harder for them to continue as a concentrator and then a completer in a particular path. The other thing is that even within a program of study, you might have campuses offering different courses. So you can think about, computer science. You might have 2 different high schools offering computer science focused courses, but one's offering one computer science language and one's offering another. It doesn't actually mean that students can transfer between the 2 easily enough. So that decentralized approach can actually cause a lot of problems for students becoming completers over time. And the last thing that it does impact, it really impacts our ability from a central office perspective to support campuses in the best way possible, because they could all be using a different curriculum, they could all be teaching very different things, and there's many permutations and scenarios for what's actually happening in a campus, which just makes it really hard to improve the quality of our training and to improve the quality of our curriculum available to all of our campuses. So decentralization is just one of the things that has happened in the past, and one of the things we're doing going forward to improve that experience for the students is to offer what we're calling foundational programs of study at all of our high schools that students are zoned to. So what this means is we've looked at a lot of the data, the research that's been done on what the workforce is going to look like in 2030. We looked at, what are high-wage jobs that are going to be high-volume jobs and that are high-growth jobs in the future, and then what jobs where we know there's going to be an impact from AI, meaning that as a student, you're going to have to learn how to use AI well so that you can continue to be successful in that career path. So we did a large analysis of careers using data from TEA and from the Texas Workforce Commission. And through that, we identified 4 main programs of study tracks where we said these tracks all meet a threshold for wage, for growth, and for volume of jobs, and we know that we need to support our students in building the skill set they need to be successful in those jobs. So with those 4 programs of study, we worked with all of our high school campuses to ensure that they all offer at least 2 of them, sometimes 3, sometimes 4 for our larger high schools. And so now, starting next year, we're going to roll out those 4 programs of study at every single one of our zoned high schools, which means that every single student, regardless of what zone school you go to, you can access one of those foundational programs of study that will be available to you. So we'll roll this out over time. We'll start it with 9th grade next year. The year after that, we'll add 10th. The year after that, we'll add 11th. The year after that, we'll add 12th. And then students, again, will have those options. High schools can still offer the many other programs of study that they were offering. This doesn't limit their choices or their options, but it really just ensures there's a baseline there for all students. The other thing that's really, really important is right now, actually, about in the spring, as students start to think about what their schedules are going to be for next year, it's a really critical point in time for the student where they're making a selection for that next course in their course sequence in a way that's going to make sense for them. So when we've looked at some of the historical data, we've seen scenarios where a student may take a level 1 course in 4 different programs of study all the time, and they never move to that level 2 course in any one program of study. So we've seen that in many scenarios. And of course, we want to be mindful of students, who might start down the path of, healthcare and say, hey, that's not for me, and they want to move to something else. But when that happens, we want to really be supportive of them and making sure they understand the implications of going down one path and switching, and that might limit their ability to get that industry-based certification by the time that they graduate. So really in the 9th and 10th grade year, between 9th and 10th, it's still a pretty okay time for them to move between programs of study, but really starting in 10th grade, you want to support students in becoming that completer so that they can have a better chance of building that industry-based certification and setting themselves up to access careers post-graduation. So that scheduling aspect is really important. And so one of the things that we're doing this year is that we're automating, we have a system now that automates it so that if a student takes a course that's not in the program of study in which they already started, there's an automatic flag for that student and their counselor so that they can have that very direct conversation around, hey, are you sure this is what you want to do? You know you've already taken a level 1 course here. Do you want to continue in that level 2 course? And so there's some really important scheduling things we've been able to automate so that that will be available to support students as they continue. The other really important thing is we don't, we also don't want to forget about our seniors right now. So in the current accountability system right now, you don't actually have to be a completer, but you would have to have a one level 2 course and an industry-based certification. So one of the things we're doing immediately for all seniors is we're looking at all seniors who already have access to that level 2 course, and we're working with them to help them take that industry-based certification that aligns with their course, and we're working with their teachers to support them in that. So we really just want to make sure that those seniors can immediately get that extra certification, which can help them graduate with a support for them that will enable them to be ready in the field. So when we think about it, we're thinking about it each cohort and where those students are today, what's the best way we can help them be successful when they graduate. Okay. That's the quick update on 3.2. I can move to 3.3.
Let's, should we go ahead and let's do questions. Like I said earlier, the board's already asked a number of questions of the administration, but I think, I see Angie looks, if folks want to ask a question, I think we can just go down the line or raise a hand, or Cassandra, you've got a question? Go ahead.
Hopefully it's quick. Thank you for the presentation and the context. So I heard you say that all 4 FPOS models or curriculum are going to be offered at all high schools. Is that correct?
No, that's not totally correct. Okay. So for our special and unique schools where students aren't zoned to those schools, it was not a requirement, it was optional for them. So some of them might do it, some of them might not. Where we really focused are our high schools where students are zoned to those schools, and we worked with them to say, based on the size of your school, you would have to do 2, 3, or 4. So our smaller schools would do 2, our larger schools would do 4. In many of our schools, some of them were offering, they might have already been offering one, and they might just adjust it to make sure they're offering the course sequence that will allow us to best support them when they do that. So we really worked with campuses to do that. The other really important thing is we told them this should not impact your magnet programming. If you have a CTE or program of study that's a magnet program at your school, you should continue that, and it shouldn't impact that. Because again, this wasn't telling them you have to stop offering certain programs of study. This was saying, at the minimum, let's have a foundational set that all students can access at these high schools.
Okay, thank you. A quick follow-up. So for the campuses that have to choose 2 and 3 out of the 4, what informs those 2 or 3 options that the students will have?
We used the workforce data. So we used all of the programs of study had to meet a certain threshold, and then everyone had to do the same 2, and then campuses above those 2 could pick between the 3rd and the 4th. Because our real goal, again, was to ensure that at a minimum, if a student's moving around or between one campus or the other, they have at least some sort of baseline level of consistency.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, Mrs. Cruz-Arnold?
Yes, thank you. So I have a follow-up question to Cassandra's question here. Sorry, Mrs. Bandy. With respect to students with disabilities and students who are emergent bilingual, this is going to be an expansion upon one of the questions I asked in the Q&A. With respect to the 2 or 3 that campuses can select in terms of programs, what is the strategy specifically for students who are struggling to complete with respect to emergent bilingual and students with disabilities? How can campuses make that decision for the two or 3 programs that they're selecting without really knowing how to best serve the students that are struggling to complete already?
Yeah, and if we're looking back at this chart, one of the things we do see, so if you're looking at the chart where for students with disabilities and emergent bilinguals, we see that 34 and that 41. Those numbers are still higher than our target, which means those students are enrolled in those courses. Our real goal now is it's back to quality instruction from the teacher in the classroom? How can we best continuously support ensuring quality instruction is happening for all of our students? And so just because they're CTE courses doesn't mean they're actually not still getting that job-embedded coaching each and every day to ensure that those students are still getting great instruction where they are. So right now, again, because this is middle of the year, we want to support those teachers in ensuring they're able to help those kids complete and get that course credit so that we stay on track for the target for those populations.
So, to quick follow-up, do you think we might have a more comprehensive picture at the end of the year with that data in terms of completers, and if there's more of a strategy that's needed to make sure we have students actually completing?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do think at the end of the year we'll be able to see if we, in particular, now that we've highlighted, these two subpopulations at the middle of the year, we're just lower than we were at the middle of the year last year. We'll be able to see where we effectively still able to hit the target with those groups.
Thank you.
I can go down. Go ahead. Garza Lindner.
Thank you so much for the presentation. A lot of great data. And one thing I'm wondering about is if you could clarify, does taking a CTE course of study, pursuing a CTE course of study, discourage students from pursuing college? If we want to provide our students with limitless opportunities, it's a little unclear to me how one may cut off the path for the other. And are the basics of sort of critical thinking, making sure that they're ready to participate in a global landscape, how does that get highlighted in the CTE courses study?
And there very well may be a perception of that, but I think one of the goals really is in our course offerings to make sure students see you can take courses that help you prepare for a career, and you can take courses that can help you prepare for college at the same time. And so whenever we're having that course selection process, that really strategic conversation between the student and the counselor to make sure they know that they can build both of their options. And I think another really important component of that is exposure to careers earlier on so they can see just the different options that might be available for them. And so we're also working to increase that exposure really all the way down from kindergarten up until they're starting to even make some of those course selections in high school to ensure that they see those as options. A lot of the programs of study have really, really compelling opportunities, capstone projects, internships, job-embedded learning, where students in high school can really do some amazing things that actually enhance their ability to get into college. And so can we share those things and can we bring those stories up so students can see that as an opportunity for them? Because it both can prepare them for skills in a workforce, but that also sometimes is a great thing in your college application, right? I did an internship, I worked here, so that can be a really great thing to show and demonstrate for those students, looking at both.
Ms. Flowers?
Again, thank you for the data. A follow-up to Ms. Garza Lindner's question about kind of conflicts between CTE and college readiness. So I had two 2022 graduates, and in their experience, many times scheduling was the issue, not the student's ability to be in a class, but literally the master schedule was something that was a barrier to entry. And I'm wondering, with this program, is there any flag or anything in place that flags the district so that you might have a window in if scheduling is an issue? So, master scheduling is incredibly difficult. So if you have someone that's great at that on a campus, then kids have more offerings than if you have an issue where they're struggling with schedule. So are you looking at schedule? Do you have any window into that? Because I could see that being an issue on the ground for families and then the district not knowing.
Mm-hmm. It's a great question. Master scheduling, particularly in high school, is one of the most complex things that we have to work through because every single high school is different. And when we're thinking about the courses we're offering, one, we have to consider what percentage of students are eligible. So you might change what you offer just based on the students that are eligible. And then you're also trying to see what are students interested in. So you might have a long list of course offerings, but if you find that two students are interested in this course, but 100 students are interested in this course, then you adjust and you adapt. So I think the best thing we do is we really work closely with high school principals, and we help them look at their data. Here is all of the courses that we offer that you should consider offering based on what your students are eligible for. Then they go through a course selection process with their students where they get a lot of information. Okay, what are students asking for? What do they want? Then that gives you kind of the number of courses that you need, and then you do the puzzle piece mix and match. I do think this is one of the mindful things principals want to keep in mind when they're doing this, which is, hey, if you have students wanting to do both, what are some of the pathways that could make that feasible for them in the master schedule? One other thing I'll just add is we also are looking at when is there a CTE course that could also be a dual credit course or an advanced course. And that's another option for ways that we can work to increase access to those career pathways while simultaneously increasing access to college readiness and exposure. So that's another avenue we're exploring in the offerings.
I would hope that you give thought to how there can be a direct path there, because principals cannot do everything and principals do not create the master schedule. So I hope there's some conduit between whoever's in that position and then help and support from the district, rather than just thinking a principal can do it on top of. I know.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And then I had one other question. You talked about the flag. I love the automated and the flag with students if they make a shift. But 9th and 10th graders are very, very young, and parents are very invested in helping them make good decisions. Have you thought about any community engagement or flag that goes to the parents? Because again, our counselors are so busy. And then if you leave it to the 9th or 10th grader to advocate for themselves, there are gaps. And has there been any talk about bringing the parent communication into that?
Yes, absolutely. I think in particular when we're going to talk about this in college access too in a second, or the college credit access, but in particular when a student is making a decision that could limit one of the pathways in the future, we do want to make sure that we can bring that parent in and help that parent be part of the decision. Yes.
We'd love if you could make that automated thing automate to the parents.
Yes, noted.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. This side, Mr. Kembo?
I think it's great data. Thank you. All my questions have been answered.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez?
Yeah, most of my questions were answered, but I will say this one thing. First of all, it's good to see increase middle of the year, so that's good. So for this progress measure and the other one, counselors are important to make sure we're on track. And I know that the response to one of the Q&A was that we have a ratio of one counselor for every 250 students. What I would like to see is that we ensure that, I think 250 students for one counselor is a lot. It's a lot for one counselor. And so to an earlier point is, how can we ensure that our students are on track if we don't have enough counselors for our comprehensive schools? Now at non-NES schools, they get to decide, if I read the Q&A correctly. So how can we ensure that at those schools we have enough counselors, either through some sort of funding directly from central office or central budgeting or something to that extent? But I would just suggest that we look at that to ensure that we have counselors, because that's the one thing I've heard often. It's not so much the students, it's that no one's advising them to go the right path. So that's the one thing I would be concerned about.
Yes, and we think about that a lot. I think two things that we're doing to support that are one, because we're looking at the data in a centralized way, we actually will be able to flag for schools, hey, here's a subset of students that you need to focus on, right? Because they're the students who maybe all got the flag. So we can take that 1 to 250 number and hone it down to ensure the counselor is spending the best time, their time, with students who might need the most scheduling support in that moment. So the access to looking at the data for all campuses and the ability to highlight and strategically bring up the students where they need most support, it's one way in which we can support them. The other thing is we have college and career advisors that we do have centrally, and we also we can send them to different campuses to help support in particular scenarios. So we can do that centrally with counselors, and we have done that for many schools who need some additional support.
Yeah, and the last thing, page 4 of the progress measures, it references that Hispanic and African American students are on track to be completers, and this is likely due to the hands-on nature of our programs. And I think that's the one thing I'll probably take a look at over this next year and several years is the matriculation rate within those two populations. And again, it's kind of, in conflict with each other, right? We want options for our students, but our preference, well, I would highly suggest that we try to move them to matriculation of college as much as possible.
Thanks.
Mr. Vaughn, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you again for the presentation. It's very helpful. There were a lot of questions this go around, so I also appreciate the diligence you all took in answering all of our questions, and I hope the public is able to access. So I recently spent some time on the U.S. Department of Education site as well as the State Board of Education site, really focusing and honing in on the importance of CCMR. And I think it's one of the most critical things that we can do for the success of our students. I'll read from the websites. Today, most jobs, those that provide a living wage, require some form of career-connected post-secondary education. By 2027, the U.S. Department of Education says 70% of jobs will require education or training beyond high school. Also, with the State Board of Education and with our 60 by 30 goal, we know that the goal of the state is to have 60% of our students and population with post-secondary education and certifications. So knowing that like 42% of our seniors are attempting IBCs, and it's important, I think, that we owe it to them to ensure that we offer these defined pathways. So I appreciate the idea behind the FPOs, and I think it's important that we hone in on what we can control. But one of the things I question is how important also is industry exposure, and what are we doing to actually provide it to our student population?
Industry exposure, I would say, Industry exposure, I would say, is incredibly important. If kids are not exposed to things early on, then when they get to that point of time, when they're looking at the different programs of study options, they don't always associate themselves as a student that can be on a different path. So we really are looking at, particularly in middle school, through some of our curriculum that we can offer, how can we ensure career exposure in these paths, in particular in the paths that we know are paths aligned to the future of work. When we're really looking at 2035, and when we're really looking at what are the jobs that the data is telling us that are going to be there and that are going to be present, how can we support students in building that exposure? And then when it comes time to enter into that program of study, they see that as an option for themselves.
Great, and I think it's so important that we continue to hone in and focus on that. And one of the things I've been thinking about a lot is developing and what strategies we're developing to bolster student and parent engagement and demand in support of goal attainment in specific relationship to achieving these CCMR goals, and how do the action steps align, right? So as we put all of these things together, looking holistically and figuring out, like, we've got to become great marketers and marketeers of these programs as well, in order to sell it to our parents and sell it to our students, to be able to say, look, you should really be considering these things. And I'm just thinking about how we holistically put those sorts of programs together.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think is important is we build those industry partnerships whenever we're looking at these programs of study. And oftentimes when a student is in that program of study, they can do externships, they can do capstone projects, and that can become very tangible for them as, oh, I can actually see myself in the Houston limits working with an industry employer before I even graduate. And that can bring, I think, that to light for both families and those students, so that it can become a reality for them before they even are out to get a job.
I'm going to pause us. Was that your last question? I've got a question for you, but we'll do it in a moment. We're going to do hearing of the community, and then we'll come back and do goal progress measure number 3.3, excuse me, and I will ask my question. So You can sit wherever you normally sit, and we'll start that. We'll begin with Board of Education Trustee Savant Moore, who's our first speaker for hearing of the community. And let us get situated. Is everybody situated? Yeah? Oh, you may, what's that? Oh, I think you have to use the podium microphone. I don't know.
Happy Black History Month.
Hold on one second. Let them get organized.
Happy Black History Month. Rest in peace to First Lady Sarah Evans. I'm a teacher in my district. Her mother passed away on Monday, so public condolences to her. The District 2 concerns, I sent the email to the president of the board, and I hope that those concerns are met. To Superintendent Miles, I need a cell phone and a laptop due to Texas Public Information Act. I will not be using my personal device, so I please ask that you can make that happen. The only thing that I want to address today, especially with Black History Month, we cannot condone racism in any rhetoric, in any curriculum. We will not be slaves ever again. We will forever be free. In this room, there would be no light if it wasn't for a black person. When you go into your car, you wouldn't have an automatic shift. You wouldn't have a refrigerator, a dryer. There's so many things, that traffic light outside. So we have to be the leaders. We're not Barbers Hill ISD. We are Houston HISD, and we shall be leaders in this state and in this nation. So I ask that you have a constraint saying that there will never be curriculum that has racial undertone, racial questioning toward a black child ever again. May God bless you. May God bless HISD.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Derek Fincham, and then I'm going to read out the next 5 speakers in order. Christy Brewster, Amy Kirshen, Michelle Williams, Brandy Dowda, Sister Mama Sonia Lucas Roberts. Mr. Fincham, please go ahead.
Thanks, everyone. My name is Derek Fincham. I'm a law professor, associate dean, and proud parent of a student at Crockett Elementary. I have 2 points in the short time we've been given tonight. First, I want to express concern about the lack of accountability and transparency surrounding the scoring of schools. Crockett Elementary moved from a B to a D at the NES information meeting this week at Crockett. When asked for the data to back up this drop in rating, the NES district representative was unable or unwilling to share those numbers and metrics with parents. In my experience as an educator and administrator, any assessment which grants a B and turns around and then grants a D speaks far more about the assessment than any school. This is the exact reason why TEA ratings have been delayed, because they illegally harm Texas school districts. Here in Houston, these ratings are being undemocratically forced upon Houston families because the state of Texas has taken away our vote.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christy Brewster. Ms. Brewster will be followed by Amy Kirshen, Michelle Williams, Brandy Dowda, Sister Mama Sonia Lucas Roberts, and then Busey L. Peters Morgan. Ms. Brewster, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, keep doing what you're doing. It's obvious that you're following the instructions of the Atmo Destruction Company to destroy HISD. They appointed the perfect puppets for this mission impossible by using a warmed-over, rehashed, pseudo-academic concept, NES. And it really is a mess. But keep doing what you're doing. The dyads, the 1099 employees. Did you hear about the children getting hurt on the spin bikes? Yeah, I know you did. The open classroom doors, but still uncontinued safety for the overseers. And oops, we had another curriculum lesson slip up. Should slavery be legal? But this chaos keeps spotlighting, pinpointing, highlighting to we the people that you don't know that you don't know. But if you did better, and you knew better, you would do better. But that would make 512 upset, the area code. So keep doing what you're doing, because you're strengthening us. We're going to be here. And hopefully you'll come up with a Camelot referral speech like you did in Dallas
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Amy Kirshen. Ms. Kirshen, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Emma Kirshen, and I'm reading on behalf of a principal who is too scared to speak for thought of being retributed. During my 15-plus years in education, I never witnessed such a poor instruction in Houston ISD since the takeover. While we have had our challenges, HISD is at a new low with the controlling scripts and the worksheets. So boring. Gone are the days of small groups, reading novels, singing songs, and posting inspirational thoughts on our walls. The teacher creativity in the lessons gone. From the source, propaganda videos may highlight a few clips where students and teachers appreciate and praise the NES model, but those are an exception. The reality is that every day school leaders are doing what we can do to keep our jobs and sign and spin the district directives positively. I hope that and pray that we can, somebody will save us.
Thank you. Michelle Williams is our next speaker. Ms. Williams,
Good evening.
please go ahead, ma'am.
Michelle Williams, Houston Education Association. The 2023-24 HISD Student Code of Conduct states that students are entitled to the guarantees of the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, and they are subject to reasonable searches and seizures. Through Mr. Miles' blatant disregard for any laws and policies that do not serve his misguided attempts to implement a flawed model, he has emboldened his administration and naive and inexperienced campus leaderships to violate students' and teachers' rights. Students at Madison High School are being threatened with unreasonable searches for cell phones, which violates the Fourth Amendment right under the U.S. Constitution. From the words of Angela Davis, we are no longer accepting the things that we cannot change. We're changing the things that we cannot accept. Since we cannot accept Mr. Floyd Mike Miles as the appointed superintendent of the Houston Independent School District, we're going to change it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brandy Dowda. Ms. Dowda.
There's some students who have to leave a little bit. Can you move the students up?
Can somebody from board services maybe, if they didn't register as students, that's the only issue. We would have heard them way earlier if they had registered, but can somebody from board services get with Ms. Kravitz about the students? Ms. Dowda is not here. Okay. Oh, you are? Oh, okay. Come on up. Thank you.
About the students. I want to make sure the students are heard.
Please go ahead.
Good evening. I am Brandy Dowda. I am a librarian. Students in the 10 most affluent elementary schools checked out over 100,000 print books this fall. All 10 schools have professionally staffed libraries. Students in the 10 highest poverty-stricken schools checked out less than 3,000 print books this fall. For the second year in a row, I am losing my library to segregation. Since Mr. Miles is hell-bent on dragging us back into the era of Jim Crow, and the board is complicit in appeasement, I beg for the minimum, absolute minimum of supported student access to books. At the NES campuses, let each class go to the Team Center for 15 minutes a week and let the learning coaches check out books.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sister Mama Sonia Lucas Roberts. Miss Lucas Roberts.
Disrespect us, misuse us. You don't really listen to us. Y'all don't really care about us. To our elected board of managers, when are you going to grow some balls? Whatever misdirected, harmful, ill-advised edicts F. Mike Miles proposes, you all just go along with it. When are you going to think for yourselves? When are you going to listen to your inner voice? Oh, I guess you don't have one. When Montoya, the young lady that spoke when she won the contest, Mr. Miles, F. Mike Miles, you weren't even there. You showed up for a photo op. When all of those, normally there's a lot of children in the audience, but they couldn't come this year because, oops, I guess they would miss instruction. It was sad that there were not that many people in the audience. Cullen, a military academy, really? I hope you'll be like the book by Ibrahim Kendi. One day, y'all, we can finally say, good night, racism.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Point of order. Point of order, Audrey.
What?
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
Just point of order. I think in the name of decorum, it's important that we watch our language. We do have students still in the audience, and so it's important that we think about those students in our communication.
I think that's a...
Not you, baby. I'm talking about the little ones that are right here in the front.
Thank you, Mr. Ravan. Our policy group, of which you are a member, is going to be making a report back to the board in the next month or so, and we will be addressing all issues, including those of decorum, both of the board and of the audience. Our next speaker, ma'am, please. Our next speaker is Busey L. Busey. Okay, ma'am, please go ahead. Your time has begun.
I don't even know why y'all have these pictures on the wall as fraud with these books. For what? Okay? You know, that's big on fraud. And what is the, let's be honest, what is the deal with this formalities about balls or whatever? You know, at the end of the day, Miles is a puppet put in place by the governor who's a puppet, just like Trump is a puppet, right? And so the point is that for you to have the audacity to tell us about how we're talking, get up out of here, yo. Miles is a political puppet positioned by Greg Abbott, another puppet positioned by his cronies, doing the deeds of people who apparently think they have more power than the collective taxpayers and homeowners. Cuba, Finland, and other international countries that have high literacy rates do not have standardized exams, and they know the importance of the balance of the development of one's left and right brain for a holistic approach of becoming a whole being able to process and reason. Right? How dare you put a put some military in the Cullen Middle School and close the libraries? I was born in 1965 during the time of Jim Crow. It's a new day, Poppy. A new day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Murray.
Madam President.
Linda Murray? No.
Madam President.
Our next speaker,
We have a student, Jose Cantu.
Okay, hold on one second. We have one student who's waiting? Okay, where's the
Jose
student?
Cantu.
Who is it? Oh, Jose Cantu? Is that, just to be clear, is that the one person that we were talking about earlier, or are there multiple? Okay, okay. Emily, if you'll check whether they're on the list or not and let me know. Okay, Mr. Cantu, please go ahead.
Okay, give me a second to get these up. Okay. Ooh, where should I start? Well, good afternoon. Recently we had a teacher get fired, or should I say terminated. And today is his last meeting, which it would happen here with Mr. Miles, to depend on what's going to happen next. So as I'm going through these papers, as we could see, I did a petition to bring back Mr. Chang, a teacher of 12 years that has been an educator, who has been a good educator to our school, who has taught college course classes to high school students. We had over 500-something students sign up the petition to bring him back. As well, with the write-ups that the teacher got for cell phone policy, not following MRS strategies, and not the dimming of lights, because we have that you cannot see. Our students, our education matters.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Murray. Miss Murray, thank you for your patience. Miss Murray. Thank you.
My homie over there, I hear the New York,
Yes, ma'am. Please
Brooklyn,
go ahead.
and the Bronx. Don't tell me you're the Bronx. Queens.
Ma'am, please go
Anyway, good evening. You know, they tried to dissuade newborn mothers from breastfeeding by telling them if their children have lost more than 10% of body weight. Well, it's quite natural that children, newborns, get 10%. And they threaten them with, you can't, either you're going to have to supplement it with the formula, which is paint remover, you know that, I'm sure, which is paint remover, or either you won't be able to take the baby home. So much so is what happened with TEA. We've got step parents in, and we haven't even divorced our husbands and wives yet. We got people that are baby daddies and baby mamas spending our child support tax money without one thing going to the child. You're living high. We can't get anybody to tell us when you miss a meeting how much you're losing in pay, which you need to.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Leader. Mr. or Mrs. Leader, Sean Leader. Okay. Mr. Leader. Okay. And then following him will be Jaime, Kivia Rogers, Susan Espinoza, Eileen Harrell, Lisa Robinson. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
I don't know where to begin. Mr. Mike Miles, I found out you were a former CEO and shareholder, founder of a charter program, the Third Futures. Do you intend to continue that program? Do you believe in public education? You don't believe in democracy. Look where you are. You need elected power. Y'all don't want to listen to us. Do you understand the voice of the unheard is violence? We don't want that here. We want to actually, have a system where we can vote for, maybe not taking all the Down syndrome, what's it called, call lines, help centers, people from, I don't know. So when I talk about y'all trying to extract money and wealth from the kids and from the schools, it is those kind of things. It is making it where we cannot have a helpline when someone has a medical emergency, so that is taking away from our safety. It is taking them to schools that don't have heating when it's freezing. That is their safety.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Jaime. No? Okay. Our next speaker is Kiva Rogers, excuse me. Is she here? Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm here as a HISD parent. I have a student who attends a school on a school choice transfer, and this is the first time we've used those services, but this year it has been horrible. I get up daily and it is a nightmare. My child is not picked up on time. She's not picked up on time, whether it's in the morning or in the evening. I'm consistently having to call transportation and I'm not getting any resolutions. She's waiting up to 45 minutes or so to just be picked up at dismissal. She's also arriving to school multiple times late out of the week, and she's missing out on instructional time. Just this past December during finals, she missed study time. She wastes time having to get a tardy pass. It is not productive, and I cannot take her to school if school choice says that my child can receive bus services.
Madam President.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam President, we have two students. I have two more students.
Two more students registered to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Ezequiel Rios and Amber Mena Robles.
Where are these folks? Okay.
What is this name? Okay, I'm speaking first. He's my son. Okay? Vente, but you stay here. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't know how the kids do it. Okay, good evening. My son is a...
What is it? I'm sorry. What's that?
What?
Yes.
Ezekiel?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's like Amber Mena? Y'all confusing us. So right now it's Amber. Can you put my name up there?
Who is Amber?
Amber's my niece over here.
Do you want him to go first?
I want to go first. 'cause
Okay.
I gotta go. My name is
for it.
Betty Robles. Okay?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Are you on the list?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Go ahead, please.
Oh my gosh, okay. Good evening. My son is a fourth grader at an NES school. As a punishment, his diet spin teacher forced him and another girl to do push-ups and plank position for the full hour of class. My son was hurting physically and emotionally. Do diet teachers have any training at all? Real teachers know that this is not acceptable. Why does my 9-year-old son have to advocate for himself and his classmate? He should be worrying about what games he wants to play, not if he's going to be traumatized at school. This isn't the way the district used to be run. This isn't an effective way to run a district. You need to do better.
Today I'm here to back up my mother about my diet spin teacher. On January, he chose 2 team leaders. I was one of them. He said if your team doesn't follow your rules, you will get punished. I was thinking to myself, why? I also thought it was just a talk through. But right away I got called in front of the stage with my other classmate. He told us to do the planking position. I wouldn't believe that 40 minutes had passed. I was frightened, hurt, and humiliated. While the diet teacher said to my rest of my classmates, this will keep on continuing if you guys don't follow any of my directions. All my classmates had to watch us endure the pain and agony. He proceeded to demand, saying, look at me, look at me, look at me, 3 times. He raised my chin with his hands to force me to look at him. My legs felt wobbly, my hands and face were red and sweaty. I was afraid to fall on my face. No student should ever go through this.
Thank you, honey. Sweetie. Hi, go ahead.
I'm from an NES school. I have seen many mistakes on the DOLs. We have to skip them. My teachers are quitting because of the stress they have gone through. I only have my homeroom teacher and my math teacher. Our parents are no longer to be involved in our schools. My stomach hurts every single time they say, an important visitor is going to come. I dislike this district, and I am very sad that if one day I cannot say bye to my amazing teachers that had tried their best to be here but no longer here.
Thank you. Is that all of our student speakers that we know of? Okay, thank you. Susan Espinoza is our next speaker, who will be followed by Eileen Harrell, Lisa Robinson, Edrika King, and Cheryl Hensley. Ms. Espinoza, please.
Mr. Miles, what is your plan for special education? You had said that in October of 2023, you would roll out a plan for special ed. We are still waiting for that plan. Here's current state of affairs. Multiple special ed vacancies, teachers and paraprofessionals, especially in really high need classrooms. You disbanded the entire autism support team this year. There is no autism support team. The behavior specialist that comes to my campus serves 60 campuses. You also fired contract-related service providers, which provide much-needed services of speech, occupational therapy, and physical therapy. So I'm going to ask you, what is your commitment to students with special needs? You were quoted in the Houston Landing as saying you have a plan, and you mentioned rigorous training for teachers and staff. You touted the child find training that all campus staff had to take recently. It was simply a broad overview of the referral process. So I'm going to ask you, the CEO of a charter school company, we know charter schools do not serve special needs students. What is your plan for
Thank you.
special education?
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Eileen Harrell. Ms. Harrell, please go ahead.
Good evening. 2012. It's been 6 trustee elections and 5 superintendents since we have invested in our infrastructure with much more than duct tape and chewing gum. The average age of an HISD campus is about 65, which means we're at the expensive age of maintenance, and we the people have invested nothing. How's that working for us? Our babies and our beloved teachers and staff are the ones sweating it out and freezing it off. We know it is harder to learn in a sweltering classroom of dozens of sweaty, under-deodorized teenagers. Good governance gives you all, the board, one role in addressing this input, and that's sending we the people a bond. Do it, please. When we talk about wanting our vote back, we don't have to wait on TEA. We have the power to vote to support a bond. We've got to. Getting to Destination 2035 or anywhere else is harder to do in a Ford Edsel, which is how old our buildings are.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Robinson. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
My name is Lisa Robinson, a retired HISD middle school reading teacher and elementary school teacher in charge of library. 2 graphics were emailed to board services before this meeting. This graph shows the book circulation data by division. It looks at checkouts per child and compares NES and aligned campuses versus non-NES campuses. The checkout number at NES and aligned campuses averages less than 1 book per child since the beginning of the school year. This graphic shows the NES and aligned campuses laid over a poverty map of the district. Why are the students with the greatest need denied the basic resource of functioning school libraries? Mr. Miles seems to believe that reading instruction should not include actual books, so no full books are allowed in the NES world. Mr. Miles says students who want to read actual books can do so before and after school on their own time. But how can they do that if they have no access to books because school libraries have been closed?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Edrika King. Is Edrika King? Yes, ma'am. She'll be followed by Cheryl Hensley, Tia James Glenn, Jessica Campos, and then Thunder Chen. Edrika King? Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Please go
Lord.
ahead.
Your microphone done came apart. Let me put it back together. All right. Now, HISD says the district is a school of choice. But our students actually don't have a choice. As a former student, parent, and now a substitute teacher, I have to fight with the busborn every morning to make sure that they're communicating with me. They don't communicate. My child is late every day. And then they didn't even tell me that they had a new bus driver. Then the bus driver was fired. So now we stuck out. When the kids get to school, it's 9 o'clock. I track my daughter on her cell phone, and it's really just ridiculous. Now, Mr. Miles, you have cut off all communication between parents and the busborn. Now, you do have a choice to make a difference, and it's not fair to our students. It's not fair to me because I'm losing out on money. Then I teach at the school, so my students are losing out on the experience of learning. What are you going to do about it?
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Cheryl Hensley. Ms. Hensley?
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Hensley. I'm a librarian in HISD. After hearing Montoya, you all listened to her. Do you realize that her coach was an elective teacher at her school? A certified librarian. She's labeled the elected teacher, but she's actually certified in library science. She's remained at the school as a support to research and to help nurture the love of reading. She plays a pivotal role as a teacher who collaborates with students, faculty, and the community. So what's the plan for the new NES schools or next year? Closing more libraries or creating more of those so-called team centers? Why can't we incorporate and utilize certified librarians who wears multiple hats, who's a vital asset to every school community? I suggest you take a hard, long look at developing a lifelong reader. Lifelong reader. Thank you, Ms. Eglin, the one who was sitting next to her. She's the elected teacher. Congratulations, Montoya. And I want her to hear this. She loves to read, she loves to research, she loves to write, she loves to perform. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tia James Glenn. Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, don't say. Okay, hi. My name is Tia James Glenn, and I am a parent of a daughter who goes to Crockett Elementary. I'm a very proud Crockett parent. We travel and drive 30 minutes every day just to get there because she wants to be an actress when she grows up, and it is a fine arts jewel in the city. I just want to make sure that they're taken care of with the NES system. I do know that we still need math, we still need science, but she wants to be an actress and a well trainer, and I'm here to help her do that, whatever she wants to do. I think what HISD is missing is a issue of culture, and the definition of culture is the arts and other manifestations of human intellectual achievement collectively. It's missing a communication culture. I'm currently missing the pre-K virtual session because I'm here. I've currently missed 2 calls since I've been sitting over there. It's trust and it's respect. And we just want to be heard. That's why we're here.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Campos, and she will be followed by Thunder Chen, Megan Bachara, Karina Quesada. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Campos. Please go ahead.
Voy a dar mi testimonio en español.
I'm going to speak in Spanish.
Very good, thank you.
Can you start my time at the right time, please?
We'll restart your time. Go ahead.
¿Quieren saber qué es lo que hacemos cuando no estamos aquí dando nuestros testimonios?
Do you know what we do when we're not here just giving you our testimonies?
Andamos en las escuelas NES informando a los padres de lo que está sucediendo en las escuelas de sus hijos.
We are in the NES schools informing parents what is happening in their kids' schools.
Y cada vez que voy a una nueva escuela, me impresiona que siempre son padres afroamericanos, pero la mayoría padres hispanos que no hablan español y ni siquiera están informados que su escuela es NES.
Okay. And it wonders, it scares me, you know, that the majority, when I go to those schools, it impressed me that the majority of these parents are African American, but the majority of them are Hispanic parents that they don't speak English, and they don't even know, and they're not informed about what is happening in these NES schools.
Para mí que lo deberían llamar el programa BBS, the Black and Brown Schools.
To me, that will be called the BBS program, the Black and Brown Schools.
Esta semana fui a una de sus juntas donde desinformaron a mi gente de idioma español.
This week, I went to one of their meetings where they disinformed to my people in the Spanish language.
Les dieron información en inglés y cuando pregunté por qué no nos dieron información en español, me respondieron que HISD no tiene la información en español.
When I asked
because they give the information in English, and when I ask why they don't give us the information in Spanish, they told me that HISD don't have the information in Spanish.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thunder Chen. Oh, you're going to speak on that one's
I
not...
understand. However, I actually have back problems, so it's really hard to just lean into this. I'm just going to talk to everyone.
Okay.
Why is it that they can use the mic, but I can't?
Ma'am.
You're policing the mic. You're policing the mic.
Are you here? I'm happy to hear from you. Please, go ahead.
Okay, look. The students today at Madison High School walked out en masse, okay? They protested together, not just against the severe phone policy. That was only the last straw. They chanted for their rights and specifically against the school-to-prison pipeline that you've installed. That's the kind of action that we need, everyone, okay? The kind of action, the more disruptive, direct, confrontational that those students were brave enough to take. There were 2 kids that got arrested, okay? They got taken away by a police van, and they were black students, okay? That's what we need more of to make our voices heard, to have these children be able to speak. Miles, people are walking out. People are building consciousness around the system that y'all are making. It's not going to stop. We're going to keep coming out until something gives. You can try to shut us down. You can try to punish teachers. You can try to arrest students or make them afraid, everyone afraid. But the power of the people is such that we're going to keep coming out. So I hope you're in this for the long run, because the people are in it for the long run as well.
Thank you. And to be clear, so that everyone's aware, the issue is that we've got a feed from the microphone to the Zoom version. So our next speaker is Megan Bachara, followed by Karina Casada and Jesse Heiner. Ms. Bachara? Bachara. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Megan Becerra. I am speaking on behalf of a teacher who is not able to speak for fear of retaliation. This person states, I am a PLC leader at a non-NES school, and every teacher on my team plans on quitting. There will be a mass exodus of teachers at the end of this year, and I will be one of them. One teacher on my team already quit, and she had been at our school for 15 years. We are constantly having to choose between doing what we know is best for our students or fulfilling some district mandate. Mike Miles has made it clear that he doesn't care about teachers or students. The comments about regretting closing schools during icy roads, HISD teachers not being proficient, increasing our hours without pay, the list goes on. It's very hard to continue working for a district that clearly does not care about you at all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karina Casada. Ms. Casada will be followed by Jesse Heiner, Yadira Mata, Ruth Hoffman-Locke. Ms. Casada, please go ahead.
KHOU and Mike Miles, congrats. Your epic failures have inspired so many new people to show up today. Tonight, I'm speaking at the request of Eugenio Sainz, a parent at Betsy Ross Elementary, who could not be here tonight. The following is a letter he has addressed his principal as they make the decision whether or not to opt into NES. He wants us read aloud today to show what his community is going through. The letter states, Ms. Reed, in regard to the NES feedback, I have received several calls and texts from parents within our community asking about the survey. They have yet to receive it, and our voices and opinions once again unheard. It has become clear to me, given your template response to my previous email, that you are not interested in listening to the community. But I would implore you to consider their voices, our voices. You are making a decision that will impact the parents and students of Ross for their lifetime. The next speaker is continuing with the statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jesse Heiner. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
I'm continuing Mr. Sines' email. I have spoken to the community. I have been listening to parents, talking with them, hearing them out, giving them a true opportunity to voice their opinions directly to you. An NPS-style survey with no ability to leave text, comments, or feedback is not a true measure. I understand that in the 23-24 school year, going from non-NES pay of $108,000 to NES pay of $140,000 with a $10,000 stipend is a huge difference for yourself. You are part of this community and you are a model for the students. Sacrificing that level of influence and trust for money should not be a negotiable decision. Please hear out the Ross community. I know there are many more voices asking you, begging you to not force the NES program on our students. Signed, Gino Signs. And then I just wanted to address Mr. Miles. Did your prediction ring tell you that I was going to wear my prediction ring? He's wearing his today, and so am I. We're twins.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yadira Mata. Miss Mata or Mr. Mata? Yadira Mata? No. Our next speaker is Ruth Hoffman-Lack. Go ahead.
In the past, I've spoken to raise concerns. Today, I'm here to thank you. Thank you for voting against allowing chaplains who are not trained, licensed mental health professionals to provide mental health care in HISD schools. Thank you for listening to the voices of mental and behavioral health professionals, faith leaders, parents, staff, and students about the importance of requiring adults who work with our students to have the training, licensure, and experience to provide the services that we hire them for. Thank you for determining what is best for our students based on what is supported by research and certified professionals, rather than what sounds like a good idea to some people, well-intentioned as they may be. My question for you is, how will you take advantage of the rich resource of licensed, certified, experienced professionals here in Houston who are concerned about the well-being of HISD students as you continue to face challenging decisions about special education, curriculum, and administration?
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Stacy Hunter. Stacy Hunter, followed by Jessica Ramirez, Stuart Becker, Betty Robles. Oh, I think she already spoke. Jaime Guillory, or James Guillory, Deadira, Arellano, and Hira Malik. Our next speaker is Stacy Hunter. Yes, sir.
My name is Stacy Hunter. I'm here as a concerned citizen to speak on behalf of all HISD teachers and administrators that fear getting fired if they speak at a board meeting, which is a shame. I'm upset. And the reason I'm upset is because this dictator acting as a superintendent is still here. This board doesn't care what any of us have to say. Dictator Miles certainly doesn't care what any of us have to say. Neither the board nor this dictator has implemented anything we've asked them this entire school year, and they never will. We've seen enough, we've heard enough, and we've had enough. I'm not here to talk about test scores or data. I'm here to encourage the community to pull together and let's get this dictator out of our school district. The only way this will happen is if the parents continue encouraging their kids to keep protesting Madison High School, keep walking out Eastwood High School, keep walking out until this dictator gets out.
Our next speaker is Jessica Ramirez. Miss Ramirez? No. Stuart Becker?
Stuart Becker's moved to Zoom. I'll call him later.
Okay. He's via Zoom. Okay. Mr. Guillory? Jessica Ramirez. Oh, okay. Wonderful. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
I am a concerned parent and also a proud graduate of HISD. I've been wanting to come for a long time, but I've been really nervous to speak, but I had to come because I had to speak for my son, and for all the kids who have been silenced and all the educators who've been stifled. Make no mistake, our kids are having to learn in what has become a militarized police zone. My son goes to an NES-aligned school. Last year, it was not NES-aligned. It was his first year, and he loved it. He goes to the school in the heart of 3rd Ward. I went to elementary school in the heart of 3rd Ward. I grew up in 2nd Ward. And I know that, to me, these changes are unequally being put towards under under-resourced children and children who don't have the same resources and access to kids on the west side. I know because when I was in middle school, I got to go to that school on the west side, and would it not been for my saving grace in the library, I would have felt like a fish out of water. But I just feel like this has got to stop. This dictatorship has to stop. Our kids are learning in a cage. It's not
Thank you,
fun
ma'am.
for them anymore. My
Thank
son
you.
comes home defeated. He comes home defeated.
Thank you.
He came home excited.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
that's why I'm here.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jaime Guillory. Mr. or Mrs. Guillory? No. Deadira Arellano. Yes, ma'am. We need a translator, please. Can we fix the clock, please? Thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Muy bien, gracias. Hoy vengo a leer una carta escrita por Claudia.
I'm here today to read out a letter written by Claudia.
Lo que yo quiero decir es que me pareció muy injusto lo que pasó con Mr. Chang.
What I want to say is that it seems to me that it's very unjust what happened to Mr. Chan.
Y deseamos que se haga justicia porque él fue un excelente maestro.
And we want justice because he was an excellent teacher.
Y lo que puedo asegurar, porque a pesar de no saber inglés,
And what can I assure you, because even though I don't know English,
él siempre fue amable,
he was always kind.
atento,
He was committed
conmigo.
to me, or
He paid attention to me.
gracias,
Como también con toda la clase.
as well as the whole class.
Siempre nos explicaba cada duda que podríamos tener del tema que veíamos.
He would always explain every doubt that we had of the subject that we had.
Nunca fue grosero, jamás trató mal a nadie, al contrario, siempre nos recibía con una sonrisa.
He was never rude. He never mistreated anyone. He always greeted us with a smile.
Y al final de la clase nos decía, buen trabajo, chicos.
And when the class would end, he would say, good job, guys.
Y estaba muy feliz. Eso demuestra que él amaba enseñarnos.
And he was very happy. That demonstrates that he would love teaching us.
Quizás pero él siempre estaba feliz.
But he was always happy.
Para terminar, también es muy injusto
To conclude, it's also very unjust
que a pesar de tantos años
that even after
Thank-
so many years,
que él tenía que trabajar para la escuela, lo hayan despedido como si nada.
that he had working at the school, they fired him for nothing.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you. Ma'am.
I want you to know that his students,
Lo extrañamos mucho y deseamos de todo corazón que regrese.
Okay, thank you.
and we want him to wholeheartedly return.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Hira Malik. Hira Malik, no.
We have
I
one
think
Zoom speaker
there's-
moved to in-person.
I'm sorry?
There's a Zoom speaker who moved to in-person, Carly Paget.
Carly Paget. Carly Paget. Is she here? Yes, ma'am. Please come on up.
Can you hear me okay? Mr. Miles is requesting to spend $55 million in the next 7 months on special education services and do this 2 more times in the next 2 years. That sounds great. $165 million is no small sum to dedicate to our special ed population. But it makes me even more wary. The vendors are largely third-party healthcare service providers, staffing agencies for contract work. It makes me question if the next people on Miles' chopping block is our special education department dedicated to serving our students in HISD. Investment in special education services is long overdue. We need to hire more and retain people who are dedicated and knowledgeable about the population that HISD serves. We need to invest in the resources and holistic training for dedicated HISD staff. Yes. But this massive expansion of contract workers doesn't look like that. It looks an awful lot like a precursor to
Thank you, ma'am.
So, please clarify
Ma'am,
the scope of your plans for our most
thank you.
know we're watching and we are organizing.
Thank you. Is Emily, is that, are we moving to our Zoom speakers? Okay. Is the first speaker Sadie Hogue? Yes, ma'am. Okay, please go ahead. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Sade Hogue here, speaking.
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you so very much. I am here on behalf of teachers from Shadydale Elementary School, the Exemplar NES campus. Just this week, Mike Morath came to our campus and it was a dog and pony show. The day before, there was a painting and mowing as students were trying to leave the campus because the pickup line to be disrupted. There were paintings only on the visible sides of the flower pots and not the entire pots. A third grader was placed in the kindergartner's classroom supposedly doing a project, or could it have been that the child told Mr. Miles that the school was like a prison? Let's make sure Mr. Morath does not hear that. And later in the week, no administrators were on the campus because they were all chasing fifth graders who ran off campus. At the same time, a teacher was begging.
Our next speaker is Laura Henry.
Laura Henry is not in the Zoom. The next speaker is Ella Taylor. Ella Taylor.
Miss Taylor.
Ella Taylor, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Next is Nico Abajan.
No, don't start talking.
Ella Taylor, please wait a second. Nico Abajan, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nico Abazajan. I'm a second-year teacher in HISD, certified in history and mathematics. I used to be a software engineer in the energy corridor until I realized education was my calling in life. I and many other students and teachers at Sharpstown High School have suffered threats and harassment at the hands of the newly appointed administration, which aims to follow the new NES model with fidelity. They have created an incredibly hostile working environment that has resulted in over 30 educators and staff leaving the school by Christmas. On December 22nd, I was removed from my classroom for teaching and playing chess with my students after they had finished their finals. Mike Miles wants critical thinkers in the classroom and passionate educators. Well, I teach critical thinking. I am passionate and my students' favorite teacher, and yet I am barred, not because of the reason they gave me, because I advocated for the specific needs of my site and ELL students. I will not be returning to this district that cares so little for the students it is supposed to serve. Houston deserves better, and we deserve better.
Ella Taylor, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Ms. Taylor, please go ahead.
I'm a student at Carnegie Vanguard High School, and I have a reading disability called dysgraphia. Although now I have it managed and can succeed in school, as a little kid, I had a really hard time. Despite being the kind of kid who loved to learn, I would have been a victim of your system if I went to an NES school. As a little kid, I would not have been able to follow your program. My disability makes it hard for me to complete written tasks, and I couldn't work as quickly as other kids, and strict schedules would have meant that the activities would have been taken away from me before I had the ability to finish them, resulting in a lot of frustration and making me feel like I had failed despite trying hard on it. Being sent to a teen center would have made me feel like more of an outcast than I already did. Finally, you would have taken away the only thing that I loved about school, the library and reading books away. That was what let me learn. I read tons of books all the time. They were what gave me a passion for reading and learning. With them, I was able to go from a kid who couldn't succeed in school to being a kid who takes AP classes at Carnegie. Going to that system would have made every bad thing at school worse and taken away the only good thing about it. I fear a system will harm the kids who need help the most.
Thank you.
Jose Gorman is not in the chat. Kathy Beasley is not in the chat. Next is Iveta Gashparova. Please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Eve, and I'm a concerned community member speaking on behalf of a principal who is afraid of retaliation. In education, we dread the dog and pony show and strive for authentic teaching and learning. However, as we saw in the almost $500,000 Convocation musical in the summer, Mr. Miles values performance more. In HISD, we are hyper-focused on performance. What do we see when we walk into the classroom? Are there 2 pencils on each desk? Did the teacher use the multiple response strategies every 4 minutes? And whenever an administrator comes in, regardless of if it's necessary? Did the principal coach on the spot and interrupt even good instruction because the teacher can still grow? We need to stop the act. We need genuine student engagement in lessons, not simple compliance. We need to stop the pretend teaching and learning, Mr. Miles. And we need the board to wake up and stop rubber stamping the destruction of our schools. Thank you.
Patrice Wright, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Patrice Wright, and I'm an HISD parent, a PTO president, and an educator outside of the district. As a parent and an educator, I'm concerned with the district's inability to provide my child and countless others with high-quality instructional materials and qualified educators to support their learning. This scripted curriculum that has been put in place to replace certified teachers comes with many errors and does not provide accurate or clear content in ways that students like my child are able to connect with. Within the NES model, when children have questions or are unclear about something, specifically on DOLs, they are ignored. Teachers are being told they cannot help students during DOLs. A natural process of learning includes asking questions for clarity. However, the district's use of poorly structured scripted curriculum provides no real education at all. My son has come home on numerous occasions and shared that he did not understand something on a DOL, and he was told that he cannot receive help. How is my child supposed to love learning when he feels like his teachers can't or don't want to help him because of this model they are being forced to follow?
Thank you.
Jessica Cotret, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Turn my camera on. Oh,
Yes, please turn on your camera. There you go.
okay.
Thank you.
Yes, hi. I am the parent of a 5th grader at Crockett Elementary. I wanted to comment tonight. Crockett is a thriving, diverse fine arts magnet with involved parents and a supportive community. The standardized tests measure the creativity and love of music and art that this skilled professional teachers at Crockett have sparked in my child. However, 2022, we were rated as a B by the Texas Education Agency, and had they changed the goalpost for 23, we would have been a B again. You say that this is technology, but why? There is a lawsuit for the ratings based on from so we do not want Crockett shining in the community. We are high quality. Programs like the ones at Crockett expanded to more schools in more areas of Houston.
Thank you.
Stacey Anderson, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
The ratings based on
Ma'am, Ms. Anderson, you may need to turn down the volume of what's playing on your computer. Please go ahead. We can't hear you. Ma'am, you may be on mute.
Houston, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here to advocate on behalf of Westbury High School's Go Center. It's their college and career center. I toured Westbury High School last year, and their Go Center was a unique highlight of the school. And their motto of once a Husky, always a Husky extends their services to any Westbury High School alumni, which is something I did not see in any of the other schools I toured. That is a pinnacle of care being demonstrated by educators. The Westbury High School Go Center is worth getting up out of your chair for. Michelle Obama felt it was worth getting up out of her chair for because it was awarded Reach Hire's 2024's Excellence in College Counseling. You can find the video on Instagram. That's this year, and somehow just 6 weeks into this year, HISD decided that their CMR score was inadequate to trigger NES. The math is confounding to me, but here we are. If this district truly cares about raising CCMR scores and student outcomes, I'm asking that you also get out of your chair and visit their team, please. Find a way to keep Westbury's program intact in its current formation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stu Becker, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Okay. Let's see.
Sir, we can see you and hear you.
Can you
Please
hear
go
me?
ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. My name is Stu Becker. I'm a teacher in Dallas ISD and a member of AFT Local 2260 School Workers Union. There is a nationwide movement led by corporate America to privatize public education. This is led by billionaires such as Jeff Bezos, the Koch brothers, the Walton family, Bill Gates, Betsy DeVos, Michael Bloomberg, Lauren Powell Jobs, Eli Broad, Reed Hastings, and many other billionaires. Mike Miles went to Eli Broad School for Superintendents, where superintendents are trained to go beat up on public schools, public school principals, and teachers. Mike Miles is a tool of the corporate billionaire class. His job is to beat up on public schools, get public school teachers and principals to leave so public schools can be closed down and privatized in order to make more profits for corporate America. Mike Miles doesn't want students to read books in schools. Slave masters didn't want enslaved people to read because if you read, you're thinking. And if you're thinking, you're thinking about making your situation better.
Hori, you may begin.
Ma'am, we can see you. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
So my name is Julia Hourier, and I am a parent of children who go to Briar Meadow Charter School. Our parking lot is in need of dire repair, and I was just wondering if I could possibly get the correct contact to find out how we can prioritize our parking lot repairs. I realize that HISD may have a large backlog of work orders, but however, addressing these problems sooner than later will save costs in the long run. So the grate inlets at the driveways have caused moderate damage to some of the parents' vehicles, and the dips and cracks are causing traffic congestion before and after school. So if I could possibly get a point of contact from someone who could help us out with this maintenance project, really appreciate it. I'm also a part of the architectural and engineering construction industry, and so I'd be happy to help however I can.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, I think that concludes the hearing of the community. All right, we're going to revert back to the monitoring report. I think we're in monitoring report 3.2. I know you had a comment. I have a question. So, Chief Hull, you're back on. Good quotes. All right. Are we ready? Are we on the right microphone situation? It's all, now she's got this microphone.
Hold on.
So if we want the other microphone, we need to organize that. Oh, she has it? Oh, she got it. Let's just make sure it's on.
Can you hear me?
Yep. It's on here. I just want to make sure it's on for the live stream.
I got the thumbs up.
Oh, you got the thumbs up? Okay, great. Have all the board members had their questions related to Goal Progress Measure 3.2 answered? Okay, good, thank you. I had a question about the budgetary impact of implementing the foundational programs of study. I don't know if y'all can speak to that issue, but.
So, yes, I wanted to make sure that the 4 programs of study that we're implementing is throughout the district. The schools that can't afford it, we put aside in the budget will be $10 million to support that. The reason why we did that is because we recognize that some areas of town, some of our schools, don't have as many programs as some of our other high schools. And so we want to make sure that we have these 4 programs of study that are future-oriented, that will help in the year 2035 and actually more immediate workforce is available to kids. This is an equity issue, and so we're investing in these programs of study, and at this point we have $10 million budgeted.
In the
to help.
budget for the 2024,
For the
2025
24-25 school year.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Campo has a question.
I do. This is in the same vein as that question about budget. How does the quality of facilities impact this, the whole program?
Just one comment on that. One of the things, because we're working on implementing this so quickly, we did focus on selecting programs of study that didn't require massive construction overhauls. And a lot of those actually were removed in the data anyways, but we did consider the facilities and the equipment that would be needed both when we were looking at the budget, but also when we were thinking about how quickly we would need to get these launched.
So the lack of facilities is limiting the program?
No, I think, no. There was just one, there was one that was in one of the top contenders. I think it was a construction-focused one that didn't make sense. Though there was only one that we removed because of that, for that purpose.
So with the programs of study, the facility doesn't impact as much, and we chose those 4 partly for that reason. But we do have programs of study, and we have CTE inequity with regard to facilities. And that has to be addressed over the long haul. We're talking about millions and millions of dollars when you talk about CTE facilities. So we're going to be looking to that in the future. Yes, the programs of study, but also facilities. We're going to have a huge investment down the road in career tech ed facilities for some of our underserved areas in the future.
Okay, Superintendent Miles, did you want to say anything else?
That was it, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions about goal progress monitoring measure 3.2? Okay. Then let's move on. 3.3,
Okay.
please.
Great, we will move to 3.3. The 3.3 progress measure is the percent of 11th graders who qualify for college credit will increase from 33% in May 2023 to 48% in May 2028. So once again, starting with our baseline here and looking for that 15 percentage point increase over time. Whenever we're looking at this particular metric, we're looking at 11th graders. One of the reasons we do that is because we want to ensure we're focusing on that college-going culture early. And we're looking at AP courses, IB courses, dual credit, which just means a student is enrolled in a course where they are both enrolled at HISD, but also a Houston Community College, so they're enrolled at both at the same time, and that gets them that college credit, or what we call dual enrollment, which is similar to dual credit. It's just the partnership is with the University of Texas. So a student is enrolled in HISD, and at the same time, they're getting credit for a course with UT. So we're looking at the current 11th grade students who have one of those options, and that's what indicates success for this particular metric. So whenever we're looking at figure number 7, we see middle of the year data for, let me make sure everyone can see the goal. Middle of the year data for school year 22-23, it started at 22% middle of the year, and right now at middle of the year this year, it's jumped to 36%. The baseline at the end of the year last year was 33, and our goal is 34. So what this actually shows us is we've already exceeded our goal for the end of the year when we're looking at the 23-24 school year. So we're on track for those 11th grade students accessing college coursework. Whenever we scroll down and even look at it by subpopulation, we see, hold on one second. We see similar results where for every single middle of the year target, with the exception of a couple at the bottom, we are showing that the middle of the year target is already above, the middle of the year result is already above the target number. So you can see that's true for economically disadvantaged students, for our African American students, for our Hispanic students. And the couple where our middle of the year target is not quite at our end of year target, it's very close, indicating that we're on track to hit this overall metric. However, there are still a couple similar trends that we heard about in CTE that actually also apply to access to college credit that we want to just name and talk through as root causes that could impact this going forward if not addressed. One issue is that similarly with college credit, a lot of decisions around course offerings have historically been at the campus level. So when we're looking at all of the course offerings in college credit courses, there's 122, but a particular campus might offer 2% of those, they might offer 50% of those. So depending on the campus a student is at, they might have different levels of access to college courses over time, and historically that decision has been made at the campus level. So whenever we're looking at this work going forward, one of the really important things we are doing again is we're looking to say, based on all of the students who qualify for these courses, can we ensure that those campuses are able to offer those courses at their school? So we really look at that to increase access to college credit. And again, we do this in two ways. The first way is we'll provide every campus with a list of, hey, based on how all of your kids did in the previous year, here's a list of all the college courses that you could offer based on how they qualify for. That can help them set up their course guide that students then select course selections in. So then at that time, we're employing that same system of flags that we talked about with CTE, where if a student has been successful in their previous courses, we'll look to ensure that they're opting in. They have to opt out of those advanced courses going forward. And then if for some reason they do, it will show us a flag and we can have that right strategic conversation with that student to ensure that they stay on the advanced path that they qualify for and that's best suited for them. Historically, they would have had to opt into that, and that actually can prevent a lot of students from accessing those courseworks. So really, again, it comes back to the courses that we offer that we're really planning for right now for next year, as well as that very strategic scheduling work that we do with students to ensure that they're able to access courses that they're qualified for based on their academic performance. So those are the couple big things there, and I think there's just some really good historical data here where, for example, when we're looking at our 11th graders, right now there were about 7,000 that were able to access English dual credit, and 30% of those, that were eligible for English dual credit, and 30% of those did not continue on that course. So those are the type of numbers we look at. Why did that 30% not access those college courses when they're prepared? That's an example of a set of students that would have been flagged or will be flagged next year, so we can really make sure we're supporting them on that path. In math, it was fairly similar. There was 3,000 students who were eligible, and 13% of them did not continue on that path in 11th grade. So again, that 13% will be flagged in our system so we can have the right conversations to ensure those that are eligible can continue forward in those advanced courses. Okay.
Any questions from the board? I can start down there and go this way this time. Mr. Ravon?
Awesome. I get the chance to go first this time. Thank you again. This is great information. I think it's important. Really, the one question I've got is the causal relationship in this data set, and whether or not it's really indicative of an improvement in our overall goal. Because I'm seeing that we've made market improvements already. I am concerned that it's not going to necessarily give us the leverage we want to get to the goal, and just have you address that in general, and then kind of help me understand why it's still the most appropriate measure.
Yeah, and I think today I started by speaking a lot about access, because we do know that the decentralization at our campuses does create an access problem. We see that in the data, but equally important is once students are in those courses, the quality of instruction remains incredibly high. The rigor of these courses needs to remain high so that students can both be successful in them and then pass the exam at the end of the course. So in addition to improving access, we want to continue to focus on supporting the quality of instruction in the classrooms and support high quality curriculum in the classrooms as well. So those are two things that we are going to be paying a lot of attention to.
Mr. Martinez.
So I actually have just comments. Just like the previous progress measure, we see a lag with students with disabilities. I think we go back to the same thing we mentioned about there needs to be a comprehensive plan to really look at this particular population to try to make sure that they're also coming along with the rest of the students as well. The other thing too is I appreciate, I think a couple of the speakers said this, that we are requiring students to opt out of the AP courses, which is fantastic. I recall a story that I had with a lady, Spanish speaker. I went to a restaurant and she said in Spanish, "Usted está trabajando por HISD? You work for HISD?" I said, "Well, I don't work for them, but yes, I sit on the board." And she says, "Let me tell you my story." She says, "My high school son goes to our comprehensive zone high school." He said he was one of the top students in our class, but he thought that it was best if perhaps we tried to move him to another school, a school of choice. And so they applied, went to a school in West Houston, and he was lagging behind the rest of the students. And she told me, and this is what she said. She said, "I felt like we were being ignored because we were poor." And she said, "In my community, we didn't speak up." And so when we make decisions as a board, we have to realize, and this is what I want the community to know, that all of our decisions are with the expectation that all of our kids deserve a great academic experience. So when we look at this, when we look at the data, when we look at opportunities for them, I appreciate the fact that we're looking at the root cause analysis and we're saying what can we do differently for them because they have been ignored too long in HISD. So despite a lot of other comments, the fact that we're looking at this and saying, what can we do differently for them? I appreciate that. And obviously, it's the long run, right? We got 5 years, right, to look at this. But I appreciate the fact that we're actually looking at the information and then giving them the opportunities and making sure there's rigor in every comprehensive high school.
Any questions, comments, concerns?
Hard to follow that, but I will tell you, he told me that story, and I've told that story over and over and over again because it's so true. We have to set expectations high for all students in an equal and fair manner. A lot of discussion tonight about respect, about trust, about values, and I got to tell you that when I see this kind of information where you're digging down and getting into the real root cause of the issue and saying, well, we need everybody to opt in automatically, not opt out, right? You're focusing on where the issue is, giving us the data. The data is here for everybody to see. I heard some comments tonight about show us the numbers. Well, there are so many numbers that we're showing, and people just tend to ignore the numbers because it's not part of their narrative, and it doesn't help their narrative. But I just want to congratulate you and your teams for making sure that we get to see the numbers. You dig down into the detail because when these numbers look so far so good, but we're only half a year in, and we're going to have to continue to monitor these numbers and to continue to ask the hard questions. Why do we have problems with this group or that group or this age or whatever? And that's what we're all about. That's what this board is about. It's about the kids. It's about supporting equal and fair education for everybody and not setting the bar low so we can pass kids out of schools that can't read or write at the end. So I appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any strategic questions on this side? Ms. Flowers?
One more. I really, really appreciate the work that you're doing, and I appreciate the opt-out. I want to name and ask you what you're doing about a culture change in the way that that adults are speaking to the children about their choices. Again, in my girls' experience, they had me pushing them in certain areas, and they were told in school, in groups, in droves, in brown droves, you don't want to continue in IB, you want to do this. In this district, that was 2 years ago. And so as much as we name out high quality instruction, and so everyone knows that matters to us, I don't want us to be naive about the fact that there needs to be retraining and a clear message from the leadership that that is gone. And that the way that they speak and counsel to our children about their choices is when they are on the right track, they stay on that track, and no one goes to these brown classes and tells them, this is better for you, because it's happening. And I need leadership to know that, and I need them to be clear with everyone that's speaking to our students that that is unacceptable.
Yeah, and let me say that's exactly right, and it's a culture shift. I keep saying that the kids will rise to the level of expectation. And rigor is hard, and people think that our kids can't, and our kids can. And I say that all the time. I said that when the NWA came out. And so I said that when people accuse NWA black and brown kids, when black and brown kids do well, some people think they cheated or did something wrong, and they have to defend a negative. When really we should be applauding the teachers and the kids for raising the expectations and the kids rising that expectation. And so, yes, it's going to take us a while to get even our staffs to really understand that kids can if we set the bar higher. So this opt-out instead of opting in is setting the bar higher. And there's going to be some people who say, well, the kids can't, and so we need to say, yes, they can. And it's going to take us a while, but I hear you saying, and we will be purposeful about helping our counselors, helping our principals, and helping our teachers say to kids, yes, you can, and here's the bar, and you can meet it.
Thank you.
Ms. Garza-Linder?
Thank you. A brief question about how how you can explain for parents and community members who have expressed their concern, and mine as well, about how we're going to continue to, or just how are we going to continue to make sure that we're integrating creative approaches to learning, including the arts, into our curriculum. I understand the focus on career, and I know that the problem-solving piece of that we want to focus on it's often referenced that, you know, making sure that students have a diverse set of experiences helps with that. So I'd love for you to comment a bit about that, and so that our community can understand what's the district's approach when it comes to a diverse set of experiences for our students and integrating the arts in education in our curriculum. Thank you.
So we want to continue with performance arts. The magnet schools, we love those. We need to continue those. We need to grow that in our other programs. Part of that's going to be facility changes. Part of it's beefing up our career tech ed and other experiences for kids. The DIAD program in the elementary and middle schools in the NES program is a huge step in that direction. And when you visit and you see them doing yoga and dance and photography and martial arts, those are all experiences that kids didn't have a year ago, over and above the electives, that will spark their interest in dance or ballet. It will spark their interest in other things besides reading, writing, math, science. That's the intent. So we're going to grow that portion of it in our schools, and also encourage more dance and performance arts.
I'm going to encourage us to stay focused on 3.3 here. Ms. Cruz-Arnold, if you have a monitoring question.
I do. I have a
Thank you,
monitoring
ma'am.
questions about 3.3. Are there any financial responsibility or barrier questions that we should have as a board around? I know not all of these course credit, or these courses rather, have financial responsibilities for the students, but some do. And I know that there are low-income services for some of these, not all of them. Is there anything that the district could provide or has looked at providing where it's not necessarily, you're not low-income, but you're middle income, maybe you're taking more than one exam, or there's more than one financial responsibility, and students aren't able to meet them for a variety of reasons? And is that a barrier to a student not qualifying for credit? Have you looked at that? Is that a reason why they're not able to earn credit?
We do pay attention to that. Relatedly, for example, we do, SAT Day, where all students have access to that exam paid for. So we do look at things like that. In our partnerships with HCC, there's not a fee for the students there either. So it is something we're paying attention to. And if that does become a barrier, it is something we would be discussing.
Wonderful. And I'm less familiar with on-ramp, so I don't apologize for not knowing if there's a fee for that as well, or for books. I think I would be interested in knowing at some point if the reason is cost to the student, is a reason why they're not earning the credit at the end, which I think would be terrible. Like, just the cost would be a terrible barrier.
And we will keep our eye on that.
Thank you.
You're talking about, in part, test fees.
A fee of any kind.
as an example.
Yeah, like a fee of any kind
Yeah.
being the barrier, not because you know it, but you just can't afford something.
Ms. Ozanne Bandy?
Thank you for all of this information and context. I had a question and a comment around the root cause and then the action step around SAT readiness. I graduated from high school, Booker T. Washington, in 1997, and we had a corporate sponsor come in that paid for Princeton Review for us to have, and there are only a handful of us that qualified as far as how we tested on the PSAT, I think. So I think this is wonderful that we're offering this. My question is more around, what is the administration's view on some universities not requiring the SAT anymore? And I mean, do we think that'll come back around and they will be? Was it just a COVID thing? Again, just wondering how applicable this is to today's college acceptance.
I think this comes a little bit into TSI readiness, and one of the things that we keep front of mind is ensuring that students are TSI ready. It's not the progress measure for this month, but it is part of that overall goal. And you can be TSI ready through the SAT, you can be TSI ready through the Texas version of the SAT, the TSI 2.0, and so through those variety of ways. And the thing that we want to ensure is true for those students is that if you are TSI ready before you go to college, you don't have to take that remedial college coursework, which the data does show tends to mean that students end up dropping out once they're in higher education. And so regardless of what a different institution requires or doesn't require, that TSI readiness can be incredibly important for opening up those options for students so that it prevents them from having to do that remedial coursework before they can actually get credit in the college. And generally what happens there is they have to take an extra course, they're not getting credit for it, they're paying for it already, and it can oftentimes lead to dropout. And so regardless, I think, of that decision, ensuring we keep focused on TSI readiness for all students is a priority.
Any other questions from fellow board members? I've got one question for you on because I know if we've already achieved what we expected by the end of the year, is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
So, and I'm not suggesting that anything needs to change, but I'm just curious whether that was, it was obviously unexpected.
We didn't have y'all did not have the middle of the year data whenever you set this metric. And so when we got it, it was high, but it doesn't, I think we are still staying focused on improving as fast as we can access and success in college.
And I guess my question is, how much are changes that have been undertaken this year impacted it, or we've done a lot of analysis around that, or can we?
We did actually look pretty closely at things that we could do this year. So for example, we looked at dual credit and dual enrollment, and in situations where we could even offer a semester course, we prioritized that as something to do immediately. So we did do that right away. There's a dual enrollment course in economics, an on-ramps course in economics that a lot of our high schools implemented right away because it was immediate access and we could support students who were eligible for that and getting on that right away at the start of school. So we looked, for example, at semester things because they're things we were able to adjust based on schedules.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the board monitoring update, the presentation of goal 3 progress measures 3.2 and 3.3? And I think we have to hit my computer. I think my computer. Is that right? Brian, my computer. Okay. Okay. So a motion by Board Member Martinez and a second by Board Member Cruz Arnold. Please vote. Got it? Okay. Voting is closed. 8 in favor, 1 absent. The motion passes. Next, we will consider the remaining action items on the agenda. Board policy requires board members to abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. Board policy BBFA local defines a conflict of interest as any circumstance that would cast doubt on a board member's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. There are no items pulled from the consent agenda, so do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda items by consensus? I have a motion to approve by Rick Campo and a second by Adam Ravon. Is there any discussion? Okay, please vote. Voting is closed. Motion passes 8 in favor, 1 absent. The motion to approve tonight's agenda by consensus passes. We're now ready to hear reports and comments from board members. I'll start down here with Ms. Ozanne Bandy. If you have anything, we can work our way down.
Happy Black History Month.
Thank you. Nothing? Nothing? Yes, ma'am?
I was able to listen to many of the students' speeches online today. It was on the HISD TV Live, and they were so many children, and they were amazing. And I was able to look at many of the videos of the students in their activities. I saw yoga, I saw kickboxing, and heard students talking about the impact. So just really happy for the changes that are coming and the impact on the students. So thank you for that, and thank you for communicating that out to us.
Thank you. On this side, Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, I just want to give kudos and give thanks to the Office of School Choice. I know we're still in the middle of this, but you guys have done a fantastic job. I've heard lots of positive comments from our community. GT testing, whoever department that is as well. I know we had a big influx of students testing, so thank you to that team as well. And then our pre-K, right? We're starting to accept applications for pre-K, so thank you to that team. Just thank you for everybody. It's going well. I've heard great stuff about what's going on.
Mr. Ravon, anything? Okay. Nothing from me. Mr. Miles, of course. Please
Well,
go
usually
ahead.
I don't have much, but first, thanks to the academic department, Kristen Hull, and your team for the CCMR and the magnet choice. But also a lot of other work is going on hard behind the scenes. In particular, HR and NES this last week, the NES team that's supporting NES schools and helping schools decide whether they want to be opt-in or not. A lot of work going around there and helping staffs and parents make good decisions for their communities. Thanks to the Division Soups as well for that. So we'll announce tomorrow the schools that will be opted in, but a lot of work in the run-up, and I just wanted to say this publicly. I know we're not going to meet publicly for 2 or 3 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, the board will recess to closed session under Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code, Open Meetings Act, subsections 551.004 through 551.089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in the closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The board has recessed to closed session at 8:41 p.m. on February 8th, 2024.